penultimate round of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship here in Malaysia at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit. Comes down to the final two rounds now, where we're going to see the championship battle really spark up. It's going to get heated on the track, and we expect the heat to arrive, but the weather recently has been very unpredictable. It could just start raining at any point of this weekend, and that could shake things up. Now let's talk about championship right now. Andi Farid, Hafiz Sharin, and Yuki Kuni, they're all in the mix, and it's a proper battle. Still alive in the championship are the hopes of Azlan, and there has been some cryptic words around Azlan Shah's season for the coming season, whether it's going to be there or not, and it's going to be interesting. We're going to get more updates on that, but the battle is going to become really interesting with two long straights. We know the Ducati is really strong, but the Hondas as well have had some really good top speed, so that's going to really be interesting to see how this develops. But in the 600 class, that's another one, because we have also the strong charge of Apiwat. Can Apiwat hold on to his lead? Now we know Honda Racing Thailand has been here for a couple of rounds in the Malaysian Championship, so they will have some advantage coming into this round. And we have Kiatisak as well, who's been brilliant. His lap times have been looking really strong, and he's really forming up quite well in the Super Sports class. In the AP250, it's going to be another Astro Honda battle, although Yamaha Racing Indonesia has been just as equal, if not just as good in the battle this season. But right now we want to see whether Kiandra, he has had a lot of good races here in Sepang, can he take it all the way down to the wire? But we know that Herjun is just as hungry, so it's going to be a bit of a battle between the Astro Honda garage, but we know that they have proper team planning and plenty of respect for each other. In the Underbones class, coming back in is Nazirul Izzat after a really unfortunate injury in the last round, so he'll be looking to try and keep up his championship defense. But Akid Aziz, he's looking strong once again, and this weekend could be the opportunity for him to try and just edge that gap in right before we head into the final round back in Thailand. In the TVS Asia 1 make, Ramdan Rossi, he's going to try and slow down Hiroki's title charge, although Hiroki Ono is looking as strong as always and as dominant as always. Now we have a lot of wildcards coming in, so we're going to go through them as we get through each category's practice sessions. And missing out, unfortunately, for this round will be Lachlan Epis. Lachlan, unfortunately, in the Thailand Superbike Championship, he broke his collarbone, so we wish a very speedy recovery to Lachlan Epis. Nevertheless, the bikes are getting ready to go out, and just as I look behind, I just noticed a lot of dark clouds in the distance, so we're going to expect some rain at some time. Nevertheless, we're going to head down now to the track and get ready for the practice sessions for day one of the 3-day race weekend here at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit.
joining us for round 5, the penultimate round of the 2024 season of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We are excited to be back here. It was much earlier last year for round 2 that we were last at Sepang. And today, coming up, we have no fewer than 13 free practice sessions, and we are beginning with the AP250s. So plenty to talk about in this session, this first session of the day. We have wildcards, we have a really tight championship battle. In fact, out of all 5 classes, only one has a runaway leader. That's the TVS Asia One-Make Championship. But that in itself, in its own way, is a bit of a nail-biter. So looking forward to getting through the free practice sessions today, see what patterns emerge among the riders, who will be the quickest, and also see what patterns emerge in terms of the weather too. As Daniel said in his introduction, there are quite a lot of clouds around. There has been rain at some point most days, so it'd be surprising in some way if we don't see any rain today. But on to the class that we're looking at now, the AP250s. We've got the slippery surface flags being waved, the red and yellow flags being waved to indicate to the riders that there is some dampness on the circuit. There was a little bit of overnight rain, and I can see from the tyres on the bikes as they're trundling up pit lane, they're looking a little bit wet too. So let's see how the track progresses during the day. You can see the riders being quite circumspect in the way that they're moving around at the moment. So looking at the championship here, we have a leader in the form of 15-year-old Kiandra Ramadeepa. He has a 16-point lead. He's had a fantastic season. Despite his age, we have been almost tending to forget that this is his rookie season in AP250s, but he does have a 16-point lead over Ferozi Torakatula. And Ferozi's achievement in putting himself in second is quite remarkable, because he missed one round with a broken leg. So the situation is really tight, and it's between Indonesians. So we've got Astra Honda at number 1 and number 3 in the standings, and we've got Yamaha Racing Indonesia at number 2 and number 4 in the standings. So in order, that is Kiandra Ramadeepa, Ferozi Torakatula, Herjanatna Firdaus and Arai Agaska. They are the top 4 in the championship. And behind Ramadeepa, who's on 111 points, 16 back is Ferozi. He's on 95. Herjan is on 94. And Arai Agaska is on 89. So you can see it's very, very tight there. Next up is Sharafuddin Azman, who's the best of the non-Indonesians, and he's at his home circuit and looking to put himself on the podium or possibly get a win this weekend. And we have some wild cards. Most notably, we have Gary Selim, who's coming in with SCK. Now, we haven't seen Gary Selim since a nasty crash at Sugo in 2023, but he's recovered and he's come back to 250s. He's a former 250 champion, so it's great to see Gary back. We had a word with him yesterday, and he was looking and sounding in good form, so hopefully he will be getting himself amongst the leading pack this weekend. We also have Kandra Hermawan, who's a wild card in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia, so looking forward to seeing what he can do. We have Alwyn Xavier, the Indian rider, coming in as a wild card, who's got quite a lot of support, I've noticed, on social media. So shout out to all the die-hard fans in India who've tuned in early for this FP1. It's quite a circumspect start here. As I said, there is some water on the track. Daniel has joined me in the commentary booth following his introduction. And Daniel, what does it feel like outside at the moment?
It's really, well, for Malaysian weather, it's cooler than usual, and it's still very humid, so tricky conditions. And the weather, especially in the past week, has been super unpredictable. Yesterday as well, right around almost 5 p.m, suddenly it just started pouring down with really strong winds. So it's a hard one to predict weather-wise, and this actually plays into the hands of a lot of the riders who are used to the Sepang international circuit, like Emil Itzar, who's clocked so many hours on this track, Syarifudin Azman, who's just gone fastest, as well for Jazil Juraimi. So Jazil joined the Malaysian Championship just 3 weeks ago, and Jazil stormed to an amazing victory, a really dominant victory against Gary Salim and a lot of the other strong Honda riders that we have. So it was impressive, so we'll look out for some top wet performers.
So there's a marker there, look out for the number 71. So yeah, it has been very much an Indonesian story, this championship this year, so expect that to be disrupted a bit this weekend.
One thing to note is for riders like Jazil, he's riding an R3 out of Singapore. It's a Singaporean outfit that he's riding for, and they don't have any rev cuts or anything to deal with, so Jazil has that power advantage in Sepang, especially with 2 long straights, and the same can be said for Emil.
Right. So Jazil, thank you Daniel for some useful local knowledge there. The number 68 is definitely one to watch out for. Also, as I was mentioning, we've got Alwyn Javier, the Indian rider, and although he's Indonesian, it's great to see Gary Salim back and to see what he can do on the SCK Honda. Now, in terms of lap times, just to get some indication of what conditions are like, it looks like Syarifudin is the only rider who's really put in a meaningful lap so far, and his time was 2 minutes 36.6. The dry racing time around 2:21, 2:22 around here for these AP250s. So that's a measure of how the conditions are affecting speeds out there.
Yeah, these are tricky conditions, these 50-50 conditions in the Sepang International Circuit. It's very hard to gauge, and the issue a lot of riders have is that the tarmac is quite dark in color, so you can't really tell distinctively between wet or dry in situations like this. And it's a complete gamble where Syarifudin Azman, with his knowledge of this circuit, he's able to just keep pushing through.
Yeah, and we'll see more of that as the day progresses. I mean, hopefully the track will dry out. Just looking there at the green Kawasaki of Jandra Trihardika, running together there with one of the East NJT machines. That's the 27 of Watcherin. Sorry, 27 is Warwick Tom Nopakun. Beg his pardon. I last saw him just a few days ago in Thailand, where he races in the superbike class, actually. 1000cc machine, perhaps slightly better suited to his frame. He's a very tall rider, Warwick, but he's having a decent season in AP250s. Currently 8th with the best result of P4, so not quite on the podium, but been doing very well for a non-factory team.
Yeah, for his heights on these 250 machineries, it does play as a bit of a disadvantage, especially down long straights like this, but he's been doing quite well. He's been top of the mid-pack a few times, and as you mentioned, just shy of a podium, so it's been impressive from what it.
Yeah, currently second here, but again, it's really just Syarifudin who's using his experience to put in some meaningful laps. Rifudin, of course, riding for Idemitsu FIM Honda, the number 63. Big following in Malaysia as well. Former Moto3 rider. There he is, number 63, running together there with his teammate, Irfan Haikal. Irfan could pick up a useful tow, I think, from Rifudin. It's time for Irfan so far. It's been 2:45. That's 10 seconds slower than Rifudin. But you can just see how cautious they're being with these conditions, and that's a really good point you made about the colour of the track surface, Daniel. It's difficult even on the TV cameras from long distance to see the difference.
Yeah, finding a dry line in these conditions with how it looks, it's really tricky. And as you can see, Rifudin Azman, he just understands the track so much better than the rest. I mean, 8 seconds is the time difference currently, so his knowledge of Sepang is just, well, there's no second best.
Yeah, of course, all the circuits that we go to in ARRC are very well-known top international circuits, and indeed all MotoGP circuits this season. But nevertheless, there is still a local edge that the riders can get at each of them, as we've seen in Motegi, as we've seen in Buriram, as we've seen in Mandalika.
Yeah, Motegi was a real storm of Japanese riders taking to the front. And we're here, well, although we see now Rifudin Azman's dominance in this session, I'm just wondering, when it comes to a dry situation with the Yamaha Racing Indonesia, they haven't gone out for the session yet. They've decided to just not set a time and just wait this out. So how will they fare in the dry? And I think we've seen the power of the R3, and there's 2 kilometer long straights. Should play into an advantage for them.
Yeah, and indeed, Ferozi Torquatilla likes this circuit. He's gone well here. He's got a few years of experience under his belt, and this season he's got a real championship head on. He really looks like a determined contender. And it was almost a fairy tale comeback in Mandalika after messing around with that horrible leg injury. And that's, if anything, made his resolve even more steely. So Araya Gasca, we're talking about Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Araya Gasca has come out and got himself within 2.2 seconds of Rifudin's time, so he's on a 2:37. Ferozi out now. He's done a 2:41. But these are conditions, and you made a really good point, Daniel, about the wildcards who are on really good machinery and the opportunity they've got, because, well, they've got nothing to lose. They don't have any rev cut, equalization going on.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see the wildcards like Jazil, especially because Jazil, he's raced in the Suzuki one make in the Asian Championship, I think back in 2017 or 16 it was, and he had a decent season that time. He had a lot of good races in the Singapore's championships and in the Malaysian championships, but oof.
Oh, and it's down there. That's one of the Indonesian Yamahas. Is that Arai?
Arai, I think, yeah. And if he's just come out on wet tires, that is unfortunate for Arai. Has he completed a lap? He has. So he's done a 2:37. That's an unfortunate early fall for Arai.
Yeah, he's in a bit of pain there. Hopefully nothing serious. Right, that's unfortunate, but it shows how treacherous these conditions are.
Now we have a few more riders coming out. Aiki Yoshi's out as well. This is him completing his first flying lap.
And if you listen carefully, you'll hear it.
Especially with the long straights of Sepang that inline 4 of the 250cc Kawasaki is going to really scream, and it's going to really be good to hear that.
Yeah, absolutely. And he has been getting the hang of how to ride this much heavier machine. There it goes. Does sound absolutely fabulous at full chat going past there. But there he is, the number 37, Aiki Iyoshi, currently 7th in the championship. He scored 58 points so far. Got a podium in round 1, which was a really promising start to the season, but his best results since then has been a 7th, I think, a couple of 7th places. Lots of experience for Aiki Iyoshi, no rev cuts, and improving form on the Kawasaki. We're looking there at P2 in the championship, the number 36 of Ferozi Torikatullah for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's on a 2:37.173. Completed 3 laps so far. Nobody yet getting close to that earlier time set by Sharifuddin Azman.
On the wet tires, Arai and Ferozi, well, Arai before his crash, he was slowly clawing in that gap, and Ferozi again, he's improving. But it's good for data, but in these conditions, it's not gonna help them too much to try and push too hard. I think just collecting a bit more suspension data and just a bit more information of if the race is to be done in these conditions. But to push in this situation, like for example Arai, it's fastest sector 1 when he was just before he crashed. It's just unfortunate because Sepang can really catch you out without any warning, and you can see there's some dry patches coming up.
Yeah, and for all his brilliance, Arai Gaska, he is still short on experience at 15 years old. So hopefully he's only winded in that crash.
Yeah, I keep forgetting that he's only 15. I mean, he's taller than the average 15-year-old in Southeast Asia. So on the 250 he looks tall, but definitely he still has to grow into this class.
Yeah, championship leader at the same age, of course. Yeah,
that's right. Yeah, Kiandra as well. Yeah.
In fact, I'm just thinking back to round 4 at Mandalika. I think all the people on pole position in the first 4 classes anyway, excluding TVS Asia One Make Championship, were teenagers. Sorry, not for superbikes, but yeah.
There was a new generation of racing riders.
Yeah, we've really got that feeling. There's Ferozi. I know, stretch of the imagination, an old man, but at the stage of his career when he's looking for results, and he's got a really gritty swagger about him this weekend. There's number 461 on Wan Jiedong, the Victor Racing Yamaha. Number 25 there for East NJT is Watcherin Tuktimon.
To bring it back on Kiandra for a second, the Astra Honda's development, I remember seeing this a few weeks ago. Kiandra was on a 600cc machinery on a Super Sport, and he was already progressing into the intermediate class, which is quite impressive for a 15-year-old, and he did manage a podium in their local championship on the 600s. So just at 15, he's already making really impressive progress.
Yeah, and of course he first burst into our consciousness here at Sepang in 2022, when, you know, before his voice had even broken and he put himself on the podium in the Underbone race. I mean, that was a really that was a real tearjerker, that moment. I remember it well.
It was. I still remember his father carrying him piggyback style back to the podium, back to the pit box.
Yeah, that is one of those sticky memories for sure.
It was beautiful, and Kiandra as well. A very emotional victory in Motegi for him. You can see the passion is really there for him.
Yeah, and he's got some confidence about him now as well. as he should.
I think riders like Kiandra, once they start getting into their groove, they start to realize that they have what it takes to fight at the top, and you can see it in the way he's riding. He's, as you mentioned, he's just really confident now.
Yeah, just one career step above him is Veda Ega Pratama, of course. So you can just see that conveyor belt of brilliance moving along so smoothly.
So right now, Ferozi with the fastest lap time at 2:35.063. Ferozi on wet tires in what I would say is drying conditions now. It's starting to see a bit more dry patches on the track.
Those top 4 in the championship are all in the top 5 here. The only spoiler there is the local rider Sharifuddin Azman, who's definitely here with purpose this weekend.
Right now, Kiandra with the fastest lap time at 2:34.077. So Kiandra and Ferozi starting off the morning really strong. Kiyoshi, his fastest lap currently is at 2:38. We'll have to find a little bit more. Kiandra, of course, he's benefiting from more experience in Sepang, I would imagine, compared to Herjun. He's just, this season alone, he's done Sepang, I think, 3 or 4 times already with the Asia Talent Cup. He'll just understand Sepang just that little bit better.
Yeah, for sure. There we can see Warwick Tongnapakun again, one of the riders that's been out here for pretty much the whole session, putting in the work, getting the laps in. He's running there with Ewan Hutri, who's running in the Thailand Talent Cup last weekend. The Indonesian rider, sorry, the Vietnamese riders coming through in the wake of Cao Vietnam, who hasn't recorded a meaningful time yet in this session, the number 65. But is sitting 6th in the championship, having bagged a maiden victory in China. Got a 2nd place in Mandalika too in round 4.
Here's Gary Salim now, he's sitting down in 12th, a bit lower than where I would have expected him. He's done the Malaysian Championship on the same team and same bike, and he was impressive there. He was riding with his teammate at the time, Irfan Ardiansyah. Both of them being quite dominant here in Sepang, but this time around in these mixed conditions, he's not really decided to push yet. 2:39.8 on this lap. So this Honda NWN SCK racing team for the first time in Mandalika with Irfan Ardiansyah.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
As of right now, just looking around Sepang, there's a break in the clouds, so the track should be drying up for the next session. I don't think, well, should they go out on wet tires, it won't be not that long in these conditions. It's starting to dry up a bit more. But to go out on full slicks as well would be quite... they would have to ride quite precariously because it is still quite slippy.
Yeah, so just getting the track familiarity done. Not too much to conclude from this weekend, except that the very fastest riders are the ones who have still got the confidence to push. There was one of them going through there. Kojan Atner, number 46, has led the championship for part of this season, currently sitting in 3rd, but only 1 point behind the rider in 2nd, Ferozi Torakatula.
been a tough season for Herjun. He has everything. He has all that it takes to go to the top, but for the past 2 seasons, his luck just hasn't been on his side, and Kiandra's form currently is just hard to beat for him. And it's well, the one factor may be that he is a big rider for a 250cc bike, so it does make it more challenging. And I'm sure Astra will think about bringing Herjun into the 600 class next season. It's just, I'm sure he would have loved to have won this championship before making that step up.
Yeah, finished second last year behind race Danica Arens, who was in 600s for Astra Honda, along with Adananta Putra, who trod the same path, of course. And Veda Ega Pratama running 3, as we will be seeing in the next session. So the checkered flag is out to end this first session of the day. And 250s have basically been trying out the conditions. That's 2:31 there, so that's 10 seconds off a really fast time for Kiandra to round off the session. But apart from that, hopefully they've been creating something of a dry line.
The good thing about the Sabang circuit, the tarmac does tend to drive quite quickly, so I think for the Super Sport 600s, we should be able to have some decent dry line, which will give some good idea of what the timings will look like this weekend. Akiyoshi clocked his fastest lap time of a 2:36.2. I expect that the gap between the Kawasaki's to the Hondas won't be too bad in this circuit. I think the Kawasaki's will be able to use that extra revs that they have. It's just that at turn 9 and turn 10, for example, uphill, they will struggle.
Right. And on the faster turns, they should go okay as well.
Yeah, I reckon they should be, because turn 5 and 6 is just a nice flow down into the next double right-hander. So it's a mixed circuit for them. But yeah, I mean, as of right now, we can see the Hondas are strong, the Yamahas are good. Another challenging weekend for Kawasaki, but they have been getting better.
Yeah, it's really good to see this mix of bikes. They're 3 very different bikes: the 250 parallel twin Honda, 250 parallel twin 300 in the case of the Yamaha, and the 4-cylinder inline Kawasaki. But the brilliance of the technical, people who write the technical regulations, has made them so even in performance terms. The first quickest 12 riders under 240 in that session.
I was just looking around at top speeds. Kiandra fastest of a 186, and we have some riders with clearly the speed trap is not working out for them, because 268, 278, definitely not the realistic top speeds of a 250cc bike, but 186.9, that seems realistic for Kiandra.
Yeah. A little bit of wind evident from the camera movement there, although not from the flags in pit lane, I have to say. So there are the results for this first practice session of the day. Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda Racing Team tops the first session, 2:31.655 for the young Indonesian. His teammate Herjun Atna second, 2:32.154. Then it's Ferozi Torakatula, followed by Sharifuddin Azman for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda Racing Team. Then Aiki Yoshi for Motul Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki. Arai Gaska, who had a crash, he was 6th fastest overall. Warwick Tongnapakun for East NJT was 7th. Kiandra Triadika on the Kawasaki was 8th. 9th, Watcherin Tup Timon for East NJT. Wildcard Emil Itza Ezwan for Pitsbike One Way JRT was 10th. 238.8 for him. Gary Salim, welcome back to him, for Honda NWN SCK Racing Team was 11th. 12th, Nguyen Hu Tri. 13th, Kamin Kintel for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Olwin Xavier, another Indian rider in for Gusto Racing. Irfan Haikal, teammate of Sharifuddin in Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, was 15th with a 2:42. 16th, East End JT's Pio Atputumios. 17th, Jazil Jerami. We are looking forward to seeing more from him later in the day for Team ACR. Gao Zheang for Team One for All is 18th. 19th, Kandra Hermawan, wildcard in for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Shunjin Zhang for TY Antra's Racing Team was 20th. 21st, Kao Vietnam for the 252. Longnan Ze for Victor Racing, 22nd. And 23rd, Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu Honda Racing India. Victor Racing's Wang Jiadong was 24th. And there was no time recorded for Alfred Jacob Sablaya for SDG Team Hart Pro, nor for Nguyen Tonambu for Honda Racing Vietnam Team. So we're going to take a short break now, and when we come back, it will be for the first practice session of the day for the Super Sport 600s. We're here at Sepang International Circuit for round 5 of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Stay with us. Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. This is the second free practice session of the day, and that means we've got the Supersport 600s out on track there. You're looking on the screen now at Kiatasak Singapore taking, or Honda Racing Thailand taking careful first steps around the circuit in these slightly treacherous conditions. The slippery track flags, the red and white flags are, sorry, colourblind, red and yellow flags are being waved. Kiatasak coming here on the back of his first podium finish for the class rookie at Mandalika in race 2. A boost in confidence for him. And he and his teammate Tanak Longpliao have recently been racing in the MSBK series here. Oh, that's interesting. Daniel Apiwat has done a sighting lap and come straight back in. So talking here about the number 24, the championship leader, Apiwat Wongtananon for Yamaha Techni Racing Team ASEAN.
I think the track is still quite damp, so I think Apiwat just deciding not to push yet, not to go out and risk it yet in this session. Azroy, I think he is on slicks as well. And Azroy just has that much more knowledge of Sepang, so he will understand these conditions better.
That's right. The story for Apiwat, of course, is that between rounds 3 and 4, so that's Motegi and Mandalika, he broke his left wrist the week before Mandalika, in fact. Raced at Mandalika, picked up 9 points in race 1, but then crashed in race 2, so that shrunk his championship lead. But he has, he seems pretty well recovered now. And if he is in any pain, then he's the kind of rider who won't admit it anyway. But I did see him in Buriram last weekend take a double win in the local circuit championship superbike class. So he seems to be okay over race distances. There's a different level of test, however, because, well, there's one of the reasons on your screen there. Number 20, Azroy Anwar. Race winner in race 1 in Mandalika. He always has to fight fortune a little bit. Azroy started the season with a couple of DNFs, as he did the year before and the year before that, when he had just had to sit out with COVID, having failed a COVID test.
Yeah, it's just been a really tough past 3 seasons for Azroy. Luck really not on his side, and yeah, it's just, I just wonder what it's doing for his confidence. I mean, he's always a very well composed rider. He always goes out with a mission, but it must be really straining for him, knowing that he could have done it, but just had really tough luck at the start.
Yeah, but we know his brilliance around here. Speaking of brilliance, there's Vida Ega Pratama on the podium twice, last time out in his home race at Mandalika for Astra Honda, one of 3 bikes from Astra Honda in this class. The other one's written by another class rookie, although a very familiar rider in the shape of Reza Danica Arens. We'll be seeing him no doubt shortly with the number 1, 2, 3. And with the rider who's second in the championship, Adinanta Putra. He's had a really impressive season for me. I don't think he's on track yet, but he did his rookie season in Supersport last season, respectable season. This season he's been getting better and better, and is now within 8 points of Apiwat, helped partly by Apiwat's injury woes last time out, but nevertheless it's a deserved position that reflects what he's achieving now in Supersport.
Yeah, Adinanta, he's grown into this class really well, and I think, especially after that last victory in his home race, he'll be coming into this round with a head full of confidence. be looking to try and just... he could very well possibly take the championship lead heading into the final round, where he would really need the advantage here, because we know how well Apiwat goes around in Buriram, so it's not going to be easy. And we've seen what Yamaha can bring if they want to defend a championship title, a championship lead, as they did with Soichiro bringing Apiwat back. They could just bring in another star name for the final round just to ensure Apiwat takes the championship victory.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun at the end of last season. And there's a rider on your screen there that arguably, well, in fact, numerically you can prove it. Kengo Nagao is the only rider in this class so far that has really taken the fight directly to a fit Apiwat. So first 3 rounds, it was only really Kengo Nagao that gave him a really hard time. They swapped P1 and P2 in race 1 and race 2 between the two of them. Kengo earned himself a place as a replacement rider for Andy Fadley, whom of course we wish recovery as soon as possible. It can't be a speedy recovery because he's been out for so long. But Andy, we're thinking of you and hope you can come back soon. Kengo Nagao has earned his place as the replacement rider. His first visit to Sepang, following up on his first visit to Mandalika. So he told us yesterday he'd done a lot of laps on PlayStation, which will have helped to some extent. But Daniel, what you were saying about the different conditions and the different parts of this circuit, that kind of circuit knowledge is priceless, really.
It is, yeah. I mean, look at this, for example, here at turn 7 and 8. You come in through turn 5 and 6 where it's still quite damp, but then there's a dry line just going straight down into turn 9. And if you don't catch it early enough, it can really catch you off guard, just getting a sudden damp patch. Kengo there, he's now finding it a bit better, looks a bit more comfortable in this sector. It's really difficult to tell the difference between wet and dry here.
Yeah, he has been apprehensive about coming here. I mean, it's a formidable circuit, isn't it, Sepang? I mean, it's not for no reason that it's everybody's favourite test track. It's got everything here, so many challenges. It's a long circuit. And somebody described it recently as one of the top tracks in Southeast Asia. I think on the world rankings it's up there, in fact.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen what the top riders and top race car drivers as well have said about Sepang. It's almost the perfect mix of all types of turns. You have some off-camber turns like turn 15. You have sharp, tight turns like turn 9. Uphill bits like turn 10. A proper flip between turn 1 to 2. It's got everything you need.
Yeah, so far it's the two Thai Hondas that are on top of the timing screens, Tanat Longpliao and Kiatisak Singapong. Both rookies running for Honda Racing Thailand this year. But they've been impressing, both of them, all the way through. Kiatisak the only one to bag a podium so far, but Tanat also looking very good, I have to say, as the races wear on.
Yeah, Tanat in the Malaysian Championship just a few weeks ago, he was really putting it toe-to-toe with Helmi. Helmi clocking in a 210.1 in that championship, and Tanat managing a 210.3. So both of them lapping quite similar lap times. So Tanat will be coming into this round really just understanding Sepang a bit better and really being able to contest, I think.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of expectation on that rider there, the number 32 for Boonsu Honda, Helmi Asman, currently 4th in the championship. Well, not so far away from the others, and of course he is one of the exponents of Sepang circuit. Asman currently on 80 points. The lead is with Apiwat on 124. Just in front of him, he's got his teammate, Azroy, on 84. Good weekend for those guys, and a not so good weekend for Apiwat would close up the championship considerably for that last round.
Yeah, this is Tanat, actually the time, but they're still showing Helmi's time, but this is Tanat coming through. He's riding with full confidence through turn 1 and 2. Tanat just understanding these conditions quite early on. Helmi there as well, looking like he's pushing more, and Tanat just set the fastest first sector time.
Yeah, and he's already sitting at the top on a 2:18. That's 4 seconds better than anyone else. McKinley Carpaz, Apiwat's teammate, is on a 2:23. That's the second best time so far. Things are going to change. We're barely halfway to the checkered flag in this session. Helmi Asman is on the track. Apiwat, who had a look, back in, stayed in. He may see no point in doing this, but he's a very seasoned professional. He knows when to pull the pin, when to conserve energy, and if that wrist injury is still troubling him a little bit, then it could be a good decision. Yeah, Helmi finding the limits. Braking there for turn 1.
I think that just describes these conditions. It's starting to get dry enough that you can push, but every now and then you'll just find that damp patch that just throws you off the line a little bit. So the nice shot here between Azra and Reza. Reza's had a decent season, but just hasn't been able to contest for a podium spot yet.
Yeah, that'd be good to see. I think Mandalika, I know it's his home race, but that was his best outing of the season, in my opinion. It'd be good to see him threatening for the podium. Mandalika, he was 5th in both races. And he was within 2 seconds. Within 3 seconds of the winner. So Reza is arriving, we hope, in this class.
Just got info that Arai has been sent to the hospital for an X-ray of a suspected wrist fracture. That's really unfortunate for Arai.
It's definitely not what we wanted to hear. Hopefully it's not serious, and hopefully it's on the left side.
Yeah, exactly that. If it is the left hand, I think no issue. Is just clutch. Oh. Proper move there by Tanat.
On his teammate. Yeah, that's what free practice is all about, as long as you don't cause any damage.
Tanat doing a really good job. 2:16.7. He's improving every lap, and yeah, as I mentioned, Honda Thailand has had a lot of experience here in Sepang now after joining the Malaysian Championship, and they're really starting to get to where we expect them to be, and it's really good to see.
A good piece of selection by Honda Racing Thailand. To go with 2 rookies is quite an unusual move for a team, but it really has been paying off. Shout for the rider coaches that have been working, and the rest of the team there, but got Atapark Willarot and Muqtada Saraput in as rider coaches, so credit to them too.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Astra Honda, followed by Idemitsu Bunsu, as well as Honda Thailand at the front of it. You can see just Tanat, his confidence just to pull away from them. It looks effortless from him.
Yeah, this is the best we've seen of it in terms of the way he looks on the bike. The three Yamahas running together. We saw them, in fact, the same three running together earlier. That is Kengo Nagao, number 50, followed by Wayu Nugroho, and the number 23 of McKinley Carl Paz.
It's interesting. It's almost like Kengo's becoming the pace setter for between the three of them, and he's never ridden in Sepang.
Yeah, 2:20 for him. So Kengo's sitting third on the timing screens now. It's pretty respectable work from him. I mean, the other thing, Daniel, talking about how he's faring as a replacement rider, is that he was running in his own team in Motegi.
Yep.
And so running your own team where everything is comfortable and track you know really well, that's such a different situation from running for, you know, as a replacement rider in a foreign team. So big shout for him.
Yeah, it's been a big effort from Kengo, and I think he's been going around well. In Mandalika, you could see in the first race, he still had to shake off a little bit, but once we got into race 2, he started to get a bit more pace, and I think he's starting to understand how to work with Yamaha Racing in Indonesia. And a bit of hand racing there between
that's
McKinley Carl Paz.
Yeah. Okay.
Looks like McKinley Carl and Kengo both backing off from this lap.
So Wayu Nugroho on his own. He's due a good result too. Started well this season, then faded. So we're willing him to fulfill his potential on the 600. There's a lot of first seasons of rookies in this class.
Yeah, Wayu, he started off really well, and then there was just a really unfortunate crash for him in race 2 in run 1. And ever since then, he's just not been able to really get to the top. We expected a podium due for him this season, right around this time, but it hasn't come yet for him.
Yeah, he got a P6 last time out, although he was behind the leading group. He was at the front of the second group back then.
Just improving almost every lap. 2:16.072 from him. Again, yeah. Sector 1, Sector 2, fastest 2 sectors from Tanat.
Yeah, he's got Adenanta for company now, who's no slouch, as we know.
See, they're going through turn 10. Tanat's just been able to just open the tabs and really just ride with full confidence.
He's been at the top of the timing screen for the whole session, Daniel, and one would assume that the conditions have been changing slightly, because though we have had a little bit of sun, track warming a little bit. See what Adenanta makes of it. With 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, there is a dry line starting to appear properly, and I think it's just a matter of which rider is confident enough to stay within that drive region and start pushing. For now, Tanat and Adenanta, they both looking pretty good. This lap should bring Adenanta a bit closer to the timing of Tanat. Across the line, Tanat at 2:15.3, Adenanta at 2:16.3.
Happy one is back in the house. Currently on a 2:17. Helmi, Apiwa, Azroy, Razor. Here's Kiatasak, number 85. 31 is Tanat, 21 Adenanta Putra. Yamaha, number 89 is Wayu Nugroho. complete another lap. He lifts himself up to P4. He's on 2:17.5. The best time is 2:15.3.
Well, a good improvement from him there. I was just waiting to see whether Apiwat finds a bit of pace at, right at the end of the session. We have just under 6 minutes left, and it's Apiwat around turn 15 now. So looking at the sector times, some improvement, but sector 3's lost quite a bit. So yeah, no improvement in this lap for Apiwat. Helmi Yazma now, 2:15.0 from Helmi. That brings Helmi up into first place.
Apiwat showing us in pit. That seems to be on his mind. He's not actually there yet.
Yeah, for Helmi as well, who just comes past him.
Okay.
And they go down into turn 3 for Helmi Azman. Sector 1 not faster for him. Danat's on another fast lap. Should be coming across. He's just come across at 2:15.096. So just below Helmi Azman by 0.051. I think he's towed Adinanta Putra again because of 2:15.3 from Adinanta this time.
So conditions must be improving. I think this is quite a smart move from Apiwat to spend a little bit of time behind Helmi Azman. Will know his way around slightly better in difficult conditions. He waited for, this won't be a fast lap for Apiwat because he waited for Helmi to come past him, but following that he did a good sector 2.
Yeah, Helmi just took a look behind and saw that Apiwat was definitely just trying to follow behind him. So now it's on to Helmi. Does he want to keep on going and let Apiwat have this momentary tow? Well, Helmi just back off this. Helmi Azman down into turn 15 with Apiwat behind him. And Apiwat, yeah, some improvements for him in sector 2 and sector 3, but sector 1 when he was waiting around took about 2 seconds off. So this will be another 2:17 there for Apiwat.
And it was the fastest sector 4 of the session for Apiwat. So that worked quite well. Helmi's had enough.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see immediately he looked at Apiwat, just like, yeah, not happening.
Yeah.
And
Apiwat's only trundling as well, so yeah. But Apiwat's learned something from that. He's currently sitting 6th, but this is FP1. That's fine.
Adinanta with some beautiful slides, but straight back into pit lane for him.
Yeah.
That didn't look like a pit entry maneuver, but...
No, that's it. Maybe last minute decision, that Razor in fact. Okay, so just 2.5 minutes remaining. A lot of riders coming in. So it could be that time of Helmi's, the 2:15, will stand at the top. Clouds still looking nice and light. Veda out on track. Haven't seen too much of him. 2:19s, but in these mixed conditions, the lap time differentials not that much.
Yeah, I think it was really just Tanat who set his own confidence and pace, and everyone else just, well, Tanat and Helmi, and then everyone else just followed whoever they had in front of them, and yeah, it just allowed us to have quite a tight gap between most of the riders. You can see the Yamahas, they were riding together most of the session. with Kengo, who's now on his own
Yeah.
actually, and he's just gone up into 4th with a 2:16.5.
I was just going to shout out Kengo because I could see he'd done some fast sector times again and was sitting 5th. Now he's 4th with the best time of 2:16, so probably gets the Rider of the Session award.
Definitely, yeah. Kengo is he's just been so impressive since Motegi. I mean, yeah, it was tough for him in Mandalika, but still can respect the effort that he's been putting in.
Absolutely, yeah.
And Apiwat's found a new person to tow behind. It's Veda now.
That might be a little bit harsh on Apiwat.
Because he's fast enough.
I think he's probably capable of setting a decent lap around Sepang.
I mean, Apiwat's been brilliant all season. I think it could be just one of his mind games that he's trying to play now. He's brilliant. He's such a strong competitor. And
I first saw him in Sepang in, I think he was 17 in 2011, and he was a replacement rider for Ratapat Willerot, who was injured. Yeah, that was the first time I saw him at Sepang, so he does know the track. He's been here a few times.
yeah, Apiwat now just a few bike lengths behind Veda. Veda hasn't had the strongest of sessions. I think he did come back into pit lane and came out just a few laps ago. You can see through turn 5 and 6, Apiwat just really had more pace than Veda.
Yeah, Kiatisak, long way down as well. 2:19.3. 4.3 seconds adrift of his teammate.
Katisak should be improving his lap time soon. Fastest sector 3 from Katisak. Ami Asman's just set the fastest sector times for sectors 1 through 3, and Katisak now up into 1st.
That was more of a commentator's blessing I just gave him, I think.
Oh, 2:14, the only 2:14 of the session, but
Yeah.
Helmi should be on another good one as well.
Yeah. Checkered flags out now. Yeah, a bit of entertainment for the closing moments of this free practice session 1 for the Supersport 600s. It looked as though Veda was holding Apiwat up a little bit then. This has looked very much like an exploratory session for the Thai rider.
And Veda, he's coming to this championship once again after just finishing the Red Bull Rookie Cup season just last week, I think it was.
Yeah, and Helmi is at the top, and he's in the 2:13s, Daniel. There you go.
Yeah, Helmi riding with full confidence. If anyone's looking strong this weekend, I think Helmi's looking the most hungry of all.
Yeah. Sorry, Daniel.
Sorry. This is what it looks like for the Supersport 600s. Helmi Asman in 1st with a 2:13.8, the only rider who went down into the 2:13 lap times. Katisak with a 2:14.5, Tanat Pliao a 2:15.096. So a good showing from Honda Racing Thailand. Apiwat in 4th, Adinanta Putra in 5th, Kengo Nagao, one of the second fastest Yamaha in this session, a 2:15.9. Wahyu Nugroho 7th, McKinley Kalpas 8th. And 9th is Veda Ega Pratama, 10th is Reza Danika, 11th Azroy Hakim Anwar, and in 12th is Shah Juntong.
Yeah, so very, very intriguing session, that one. The commentary box is vibrating now with the rumble of ASB1000 engines. So it will be the Lita bikes out next. So we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in around 7 minutes for the first free practice session of the day for the ASB1000s. We're at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Sepang for round 5, the penultimate round of the 2024 Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is the 3rd session of the day and the first for the Premier class, the ASB1000s. And early out on the circuit there is Chang Chi-ying. Chang Chi-ying is on the A-Racer Yamaha R1, something of an experimental machine. A-Racer provide the ECUs for most of the classes in this championship, not all. So good to see them out here as well. And the rider there from Thailand for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Well, that was Nakarin Atirapuvapat, Chip Nakarin as he is known. Currently sitting P3 in the championship. And out of the 5 classes that we've got here, none have been more closely contested than this class. That we're looking at the JDT Ducati Panigale there of Hafiz Sharin. And there right on cue is Zakwan Zaidi, first of the Malaysian riders we've seen on screen so far. There he is. He's had his struggles this season, Zakwan, but with a hatful of championships under his belt and still with youth on his side to a very large extent, we can expect to see more great things from Zakwan, perhaps this weekend. Zakwan currently sitting 7th in the championship, which is something of a surprise. Only one podium, and that was the first race of the season at Chang International Circuit. So he is well down the order and obviously going to be looking for better things here at home. As well as being the 2022 champion. Won 2 Supersport 600 championships when that was the blue ribbon class. And looking at tyres now, just noticed that Zakwan is running a soft rear tyre. So the conditions visibly improving now out there. And the sun is actually coming through the clouds now, Daniel, whereas it was just peeping before. So conditions looking better. We've had the 250s and the 600s out. There will be a dry line there now.
We just get to see some proper lap times coming through. Yeah, I can see that it's at least 70% dry out on track, so the race line shouldn't be disturbed in this session. Interested to see Ibrahim Noureddin back in ARC. Been riding for the FGRT racing team for the entirety of the season in the Malaysian Championship.
Yeah, it's really great to see him coming back into the ARC fold. He always brings something special with him, Ibrahim. And this time he's bringing it on the Ducati Panigale. So we have 2 Ducatis this weekend in ASB1000. So that's really good news.
Another one back as well, Kosuke Sakamoto.
Yeah, Kosuke, good to see him again. I know we've seen him in Japan before. I think this is the first time we've seen him outside. Is it?
I think so. It was either that we saw him for the first time in Zhuhai. I can't remember if he was a replacement then for Pasowit.
All right. Anyway, welcome back, Kosuke. There is Ibrahim Noureddin, carrying that familiar number 66. You've seen him in MSBK this season, Daniel. How do you rate his progress and likely prospects this weekend?
Yeah, he's been good on the Ducati. They've been putting in a lot of work, a lot of track time, but the issue that they had in MSBK was that they were running a pretty much stock bike. They weren't touching any of the engine parts, nothing special to the bike. So I'm wondering whether for this time for ARC, whether they have brought in some racing parts, because without some parts, he's been lapping in around 209s, 210s, which just won't be enough in ARC. So it'll be interesting to see what Ibrahim and FGRT does for this weekend.
Yeah, this is the question I had just from a cursory glance at the data and looking at his, which in my case means looking at his Instagram account, to see that he'd been lapping in the 210s, and I know the 2.5s, 2.06s are what's required to get yourself on the podium here at Sepang in this class. There he is, completing a lap now.
Because if I were looking at just strictly in the way that he rides the Ducati, I think he is very well suited for the V4. He's quite aggressive, runs the lines nice and tight. Yeah, I'm just hoping that they brought some extra parts, and I think we'll definitely be able to see Ibrahim challenging at least the top 5.
Well, he's just pushed himself into, well, briefly P3, but then Zach Quan flashed past and pushed him into P4 in the very early stages of this session. Yuki Kuni currently quickest in the 2.14s. I don't think I'll be spoiling anybody's fun to reveal that we saw a 2.13 late in the session for Supersport 600s from Helmi Asman. So the times are going to tumble for sure.
Yeah, I think right now riders are just trying to gauge how much grip they actually have in these conditions. It looks relatively dry, but there'll be some portions where it's still a slightly damp. Here's Aslan Shah now. I'm not going to spoil it, but those who saw his TikTok live will know the big news that Aslan is bringing this season. A lot of insight as well onto his racing career.
Well, as he told us yesterday during the press conference, he's done tens of thousands of laps around here, and he's not going to be one to go out quietly, that's for sure. Hard front, medium rear on that BMW, Daniel.
Yeah, I think Azan just not too confident in this session with these conditions. I think the issue for the thousands will be just opening the tap set where they need to open. For example, like turns 6 to 7, maybe there's a little bit too much of a damp patch there, so Aslan is coming back in now. And Farid at 2:11.9, the only rider who's done a lap time that quick around here so far in the ASB1000s. And Ibrahim at 2:13.4 for him.
Yep, no surprise that the times are tumbling. We still have 30 minutes to go. 40-minute sessions today for the ASB1000s. Andy Fred Istihar regained the championship lead last time out. There was a race winner from race 2 in Mandalika, his maiden victory in this class for the 2023 Supersport 600 champion, Soichiro Minamoto, on the Yamaha Techni Racing Team ASEAN R1. Looking a little bit unsettled at the moment.
Yeah, that was twice there for Soichiro. Turn 4, his left foot slipped off the peg. Yeah, just Soichiro just getting used to these conditions. He's been riding MSBK as well, so he'll have a bit more mileage in Sepang. For reference, in MSBK's lap time, his fastest lap time was a 2:08.0 in the race. So a decent lap time for Soichiro. Also to note, they were using last season's Dunlops for that round, so a bit different. The tires have improved since then.
He's not comfortable, is he?
I don't know if there's a bit of oil on his foot peg or something.
Yeah, something's disturbing him. Struggling with a little bit of a virus as well at the moment. Soichiro Minamoto. Hopefully he'll be all right. And on recovery,
yeah, 2:15.4 there on that very disturbed lap for Soichiro. Andy now improving as well. Fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2 from Andy. Ibrahim a 2:11.5 from him on that the last lap he's done.
Yeah, for it started the season looking very much like the champion from the outset. The run of results through to China was P2, P1, P2. No race 2 in China, of course, and then he had a DNF and a P6 in Motegi. Lost the championship lead to Hafiz, then regained it with a win and a P3 in Mandalika last time out. So this is a really tight championship. We've had 7 races and 6 different winners. Andy the only one to have won more than 1 race.
So far this has been Andy Farrett's season. It's not been an easy one. The championship is, as you mentioned, still very much alive, and I don't think we're going to get any... We're not going to get much difference in the battle in terms of how many riders we have in the battle before Buriram. Still between Andy and Hafiz, just 6 points. Between Hafiz and Nakarin, it's just about 18 points. And down to Yuki as well, 18 points between Yuki and Hafiz.
Yeah, a couple of local riders going through there, or local to Sepang. Osama Murray. We just caught a glimpse of Tio Joe. And shout out to Lachlan Epis, who unfortunately broke his collarbone in Buriram last weekend. So he's not here, but if he's watching, get well soon, fella. Not too serious, and he did put on his Instagram that it's the first time in 11 years racing he's broken a bone.
Oh yeah.
So he's being quite philosophical about that.
It could be his turning point in his career. First podium in ASB1000s and
first broken bone. I love the way you see these patterns, Daniel.
As of right now, Ibrahim Noureddin, he's dropped his lap time to 2:10. Soichiro and Andy both lapping in the 2:09s. Yuki 2:11.2 is fastest. Kasma. There we go, 2:09.8 from Kasma Daniel. He goes up into second. For those who've been watching Malaysian racing or just following Kasma in general, Kasma has been starting to look a lot like his former self, a lot like the Kasma we saw in his rookie year, and it's been a good resurgence from Kasma, and I'm really hoping this weekend we see Kasma Daniel back to his very best.
Well, he's a rider who'll be very motivated at home, for sure.
Now looking at sector time, Soichiro improving in sector 1, sector 2. Kasma fastest sector 1 of this session from him. Sharins as well, he's come out for lap. I don't think he's come back in yet.
Yeah, Hafiz knows this is a long session. There's still 24 minutes remaining. No need to rush if he judged the conditions as not being worth pushing on. 10-15 minutes could make a difference with a little bit of sun warming the track.
Soichiro's on another really hot lap. Fastest sector 2, fastest sector 3. You can see, despite the top speed deficit, in turns, the Yamahas are strong. And there we go, 209.1 for Soichiro. And again, he's looking really uncomfortable on the bike.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about that left foot peg.
You would have thought he would have come back in, but he's just muscling on.
A new pair of boots in line for him. He's earning them.
Hafiz has just come across now for his first flying lap. 2:11.9 from Hafiz Sharin. Not the only Ducati this time around, and what we've seen in pit images, they do have a good relationship between Hafiz and the FGRT team. Oh, Cosmo's just gone up with a 2:08.8.
There we go, that's a business-like time. That wouldn't embarrass you in a completely dry session, would it?
That's actually close to his qualifying time from last season for the ASB1000. So in these conditions, Cosmo doing quite well.
Yeah, top speed there, 283. That compares with 290s for the Hondas. Ibrahim, 289.5. See what Hafiz clocks, but at the moment, not much to choose, too much to choose between the top speeds. But what's interesting, I think, about Kazma is that he's got one of the lowest top speeds and the fastest lap so far. So he's really putting his laps together well.
Yeah, it's that Sector 2 and Sector 3 that I think benefits the Yamaha the best. A lot of flowy turns, a lot of hard braking zones. The Yamaha will excel through there. And Hafiz Sharin, his top speed on his flying lap was a 291.9. We expect the Ducatis to have a decent top speed. Over here, they should be able to really use that power. Then again, we've seen that the Hondas are able to clock in about 300 kph down the front straight.
Yeah, one of the things that Nakarin said yesterday was that they need to get out of the turns quicker. The Hondas are at a disadvantage on the exit. It'll be interesting to watch that, because we know they're fast in a straight line, the cornering's good.
Hafiz once again at 291.9, so consistent top speed for the JDT racing team Ducati. Cosmo's just improved further, 208.2, but
and down goes Kosuke. So he's in as replacement rider. Should mention this now for Paswet Titivarak, who is out with a niggling longer-term injuries.
It's quite a fast place where Kosuke's gone down. That's at turn 14. There's a fast right-hander setting up for the back straight. This is so impressive from Cosmo. 208.2 from him in these tricky conditions.
Yeah, well, we know Cosmo, when he's at his best, when he's confident, then he can beat anybody on his day. Hasn't had enough days since that amazing rookie season that he had in 2022.
Good thing for Cosmo, he's still very young and he still has plenty of years of racing to give. So I think Cosmo still has time to find form, and he's finding it right at where he needs to. We're in the penultimate round of the Asia Road Racing Championship, and Cosmo coming back to form with 2 rounds left would be really good to see.
Yeah, just make the championship chase for those above him a lot more interesting.
Yeah, he's nowhere near a title fight, but definitely if he could shake things up, it would be really exciting.
Yeah, take points away from some of the contenders. I mean, there are 4 really strong contenders in there. One of them going through there, Yuki Kuni.
Looks like Cosmo's going to go for another push. It looked like he was going to go back in. Looks like another push lap coming from Cosmo. Soft rear, medium front for Cosmo Daniel. Yuki went momentarily up into 5th, but Zakwan a 210.0 from him. Hafiz comes across with a 209.1, brings him up into 2nd, splitting the Yamaha party at the top.
Yeah, it's almost a surprise to see a Yamaha party at the top, but we need Aslan 211.5. Sho Nishimura, his teammate, about on the same time. Race winner from Motegi, Sho Nishimura, and this is his first mention in this halfway through this 40-minute session.
Sho Nishimura, he's been impressive. Remember in Zhuhai, that was his first time ever out on a 1000cc machinery, so he still had to get used to it. But the second we arrived in Motegi, he was really on it, and he just found it was the most aggressive riding I've seen on the BMWs since Toprak. So it was super impressive from Sho Nishimura. He understood how to ride the bike well, and yeah, he just kept on bringing it.
Yeah, in terms of his performance at Motegi, that comparison with Toprak is not hyperbole. It was, yeah, it was really, really impressive. What can he do at Sepang is the question. Well, we know what Kasper Daniel, as Mahidin, can do at Sepang. Doing it right at the moment. This is another good lap.
Yeah, there should be a 207 from Kasma.
They're looking really good here. Still almost a second faster than Hafiz. So the only rider in the 208s, 209s, Hafiz, Soichiro, and Andy. Kasma comes up to complete this lap. Let's see what he does. And he's in 207.936. So that's another 3/10 that he shaved off his time. So this is a great start to the weekend for the young Malaysian. He's eased off now. 6 minutes remaining, but he's given everybody else in the field a target to aim at, 207.936. And there is the rider sitting third in the championship, Nakarin Atira Puvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. He's been here in MSBK to sharpen his skills. And he was the rider we were referring to earlier who said that he needed to improve the corner exit for the CBR 1000 RRR. Currently with the best time, currently without the best time, Nakarin, so this is his first push lap, yeah, but not that much of a push. 211.9, that was his first flying lap for Nakarin. But he knows his way around Sepang pretty well. We know his quality. This has been a really good rookie season for him. Sharing a garage with none other than Zakwan Zaidi and championship leader Andy Farid Izdihar. Such a strong team. 3 different nationalities of rider. Koto Tamaga as the Japanese team manager. There's Yuki Kuni. It's the 27 there, Kasma, and the number 12 is Sho Nishimura on that beautifully turned out BMW. Currently best time. See if he improves it this time. No, 211.8 for the 20-year-old Japanese rider. Yuki Kuni on the STG Hark Pro Honda, also 20 years old, I think. So some really good young Japanese riders.
Yeah, the talent coming up from Japan is looking really good. We even saw in Motegi the rise of Zen Mitani in the TVS Asia 1 make.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. We've seen the Blue Crew APAC Championship. It's got a Japanese leader at the moment, fairly convincing leader as well. Kakeru Okanuki, just to give him a name check.
Just looking at top speed, Zakwan Zaidi at 294.3. And Zakwan back in, I think it was 2022, right around when they debuted the new CBR1000. I remember he clocked in a 302 in Sepang, 302 kilometers per hour, and that was before they've had developed the bike further, and I still remember it was an absolute wild horse at that time.
Yeah, yeah, it was. Because that was the transition that that he was struggling with to an extent, because he really loved the previous issue, that really sweet handling Fireblade.
It's Sho Nishimura now. We just saw Azlan Shah a few moments ago. Azlan Shah and Sho just both not finding the pace. I expected Azlan to have found a 209 already at this point, but it's just not come together for him. For in the best time he's set so far at 209.1, so perhaps just a few laps. He's only done 4 laps. He came back into pit lane and will make some adjustments.
Yeah, that was no improvement there for Sho Nishimura. I doubt whether he's got much experience here. He might have been ATC, but certainly not on a superbike.
Yeah, definitely, and it's a whole different ball game going from a 250cc bike or a prototype 250 straight up into 1000cc superbikes in Sepang. It's so different. There's Azlan Shah just coming through at turn 3. It's nice new helmet design as well.
Top 5 are in the pits with just under 12 minutes remaining in this first session of the day, first of 3 for ASB1000, and there is the great showman, Azlan Shah Kamaruzaman, on the screen there. 2:11.5 is his best time so far. Like Sho Nishimura, he's running a hard front and a soft rear, as is Hafiz Shirin, I noticed. So what can the Malaysian veteran do this weekend? There he goes. Often wins the helmet design competition. Coming down the back straight towards turn 15 now. Could be an improvement here for Azlan. Let's take a look. Oh.
There's a slight improvement, just 3/10 faster,
yeah.
but still not enough for Azlan to go up any positions.
Yeah, it took a while for that time to come up, actually, and we keep getting the in-pit notice, so there's a little gremlin in the transponders there somewhere, I think.
Yeah, much like the 250s going about close to 270 kilometers per hour.
That's it, yeah. Superbike speeds.
Yeah, I was just doing a bit of a more background search on Sho Nishimura's history in racing. So this explains a bit more as to why he was able to slide the bike the way he did. So Sho's one of those riders that transitioned straight from motocross onto road racing, and yeah, that just explains that control that he has when he's sliding through.
Yeah, it's a classic thing that we've got used to seeing from Australian racers, American racers back in the day. They
just have a way about controlling the bike under any situation where it looks like if a normal rider would try that you're definitely going to crash or definitely going to lose it, but sometimes you just have these specialists in these riding styles, and we can see now that Sho is definitely one of them. Likes to let that tail slide, but this session so far, it's a bit of improvement for him, but not where the BMW needs to be. And even top speed-wise as well, we expect them to be quite close to the Hondas, but 285, 288 between Sho and Aslan. That's nearly 10 kilometers per hour slower than Andy Farid's 295.9.
Challenging the fastest 5, really. Those times have stood for a while. Nakarin's put himself within reach of them. There's championship leader, number 23, Honda Asia Dream racing with Astimo. Andy Farid is Deha. I'm going to say 6 points. Is it 6 or 8 point advantage? 6 point advantage over Hafiz. So this really is the business end of the season, and it's good to see the championship so tight in the big class. That's Tioyu Joe moving himself out of the way there of the quicker riders coming through. 41, that's Nakarin. 55 is Hafiz. 92 is Yuki Kuni, and 23 Andy Farid.
Oh, it looks like Osama's having an issue there at the front straight.
Ibrahim is going at walking speed. You can see through the window here.
Yeah, it's Osama Maria there. So another bike issue for him there. He's just gotten going now. Looks like issues of getting into gear. Maybe the gear just stuck in a certain gear.
Well, we've got 6.5 minutes remaining in this session. Got a bunch of the quicker bikes running there together, but not really pushing. Well, I do suspect that we'll see a bit more action in the last 5 minutes or so. Gap between Kazma in first place and Andy Farid in 8th place, 1.7 seconds. That is quite a big gap, but reminder that this is a 5.5 kilometer circuit.
As of right now, still no one else able to contest Kazma Daniel's lap time of a 207.9. The closest is Kazma's teammate, 208.711. So clearly the extra mileage that Yamaha Technique Racing Team Asia has this time around is really benefiting them. Ibrahim Nuruddin as well, it's a good improvement, 209.2 from Ibrahim. So I think definitely FGRT has brought in some extra parts for Ibrahim, because between him and Hafiz Sharin it's only 0.1.
Yep, again an intriguing session between the quickest riders in changing but thankfully improving track conditions. Actually see sun and shadows on the circuit now. So if anybody's going to break through in the last 4.5 minutes, which is what we have, it's probably going to be this rider, so let's just keep an eye on his progress. First sector was not that impressive. No, I don't think this is going to be a quick lap from him. Nakarin's got space around him, so maybe he's worth a push. His first sector was okay. So let's just run with the tie rider for a while. Let's see what he does. He completes, yeah, that's a good sector 2 for Nakarin. His best of the session. just look at the body language to see that he is on a push now. Turns 9 and 10. The 21 and 23. Those three bikes not quite running together because Nakarin is behind his two teammates. I don't think there's going to be that much improvement, but he is pushing Nakarin. Zakwan, Andy Farid coming down towards turn 15. Now Nakarin tips in to the final turn. Yuki Kuni has just moved himself up into third. Nakarin, no improvement that time. Staying with the Thai Honda rider. Switching to this rider, currently in third. Sorry, currently fourth in this session. Second in the championship standings, Hafiz Sharin for JDT on the V4 Panigale. So I'm not sure that he's going to improve this time around, but the Malaysian former MotoGP rider looking aggressive on the Ducati. Yuki Kuni on another good lap. Currently with the best lap of 208.7. There he is, Yuki Kuni. Fizz behind him. Those two riders pushing. Yuki Kuni slightly the fastest. That wasn't a great sector 3 for Yuki. Comparable times for those two, Yuki and Hafiz. Even the close-up shots like that, there's no mistaking that they are on the final turn here at Sepang International Circuit. Here comes Hafiz, 209.2. 209.145, so slight improvement there. Nakarin in fifth with a 208.9. Yuki with a 208.6. This will be the last time around for those riders because the checkered flag's going to be coming out in just 8 seconds from now. There's Chang Chi Ying, rider from Chinese Taipei, best time 214.8 for the A-Racer R6, and he's not going to improve that. That's Chiu Yu Zhou, number 16. Macarena Tirapuvapat throws away a tear-off. This is his last time around. Pace isn't enough. Decent pace, but not his best. So the Thai rider won't improve this time around. Yuki Kuni still pushing. There he is. This is a good lap for him. Yuki Kuni should improve, unless he messes up the fourth sector, is going to improve from the 208.6 that he's got currently. Take a look as he makes his way round the final turn. Okay, pins it into the final stretch to the finish line. And just got a little bit of a delay on the timing updates, but that's a 208.3. So he's in second. Zakwan Zaidi off camera moved himself into P2. So we've got Malaysia in P1, P2, Japan P2, P3. And there is Kazma, who set that time much earlier in the session, about the midway point, 207.936. Nobody has got too close to threatening it. Zakwan with 135 down on his fellow Malaysian. But that's a great session and very promising start to round 5 for Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin. Session topper with that 207.935. Welcome back, Kazma Daniel. As ever at Sepang, we're constantly scouring the sky for signs of what's going to happen next, but it's still looking quite bright out there. And there is that time confirmed for Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin for Yamaha Techni Racing Team Asia. Great to see him on top of the timing screens. Second, Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo. Yuki Kuni on the SDG Hawk Pro Honda was third. Fourth, Soichiro Minamoto. Good session from the Japanese. Macarena Tirapuvapat for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Astimo was fifth. Sixth was Hafiz Shirin Abdullah for JDT Racing Team. Ibrahim Noureddin for FGRT Project was seventh. Andy Farid Izdihar, championship leader, down in eighth with a best time of 209.3. Sho Nishimura for TKKR BMW was ninth, just ahead of his teammate Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman. And Kosuke Sakamoto, who we saw come off in that session for Astimo S1 Racing with Thai Honda, 11th. 12th, Osama Murray, 214.8 for him. Chang Chi Ying for the A-Racer Speed Tech machine, 214.8. And Zhou Yu Zhou, 217.975. That is the session wrapped for the ASB 1000s. We're going to drop down the CC capacity for the next session. When we come back, it will be with the underbones in around 10 minutes from now. So stay with us. We are at a reasonably bright, cloud-covered Sepang International Circuit for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you shortly.
The year. How has it been so far on the bike?
It's really great. For me, Ducati was one of the favorite bike for all the Malaysian. I mean, for all the people in the world. Riding with Ducati is not easy. It's similar like all the bikes. So we still need to be good setup on the track. So it's kind of a challenge for us. And now we have been through in the ARC, ARC run for the first time with FGRT. This is our challenge. To go a bit more better. We still find the tune for this bike. From the MSBK until now, we're a bit struggling, but now we get what we want. But we need more actually. So it's challenging for me too. for riding with all the senior in the MSBK, Zakwan Zaidi, Hafiz Shadin, all the guy in the RRC who was top on the top level in the world. So it's feel great, it feel good, very happy, and also a little bit nervous because fighting with all of them. But yeah, hopefully nothing worry about the race for this weekend.
Speaking of the challenge that you have, despite the Ducati being an absolute rocket, we know that you're riding with a fairly stock bike. How is that challenge so far after the first session?
Yeah, looking for those rider bike. All the bike was kind of like factory bike, but I trust my team. I trust what they can do. Even though I riding with the stock bike, I fighting with myself to push the bike on the limit. So now it's not all about bike. It's all about myself and all the team. If we have trust, and then you're all good.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim. Good luck for this weekend. Astro Honda Racing Garage with a very popular Veda Ega Pratama. So Veda, you just finished your Red Bull Rookie Cup season. What I would say quite a successful season, very close to the podium. How was it?
Yeah, in Red Bull Rookies Cup, well, Alhamdulillah, in my first year in Red Bull Rookies Cup, not so bad result for me. In overall championship P8, and yeah, new challenge for me.
Definitely. And now you're back in Asia Road Racing Championship with the 600s. How's it?
And some corner dry, but we will see in FP2.
Thank you so much, Veda. Good luck for this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Sepang International Circuit. We are here with the Underbone 150s, their first session of the day, first of two for the 150cc class. And as always, there is so much going on with this class. As you just watch the defending champion, Nazrul Izzat, trundling out of pit lane, but on screen you can see the two Cardinals Yamahas of Fazrul Sham and Ferez Putra. Ferez number 33, Fazrul number 11. Leading there, I think they were ahead of Hafiz Farel, if I caught his number correctly. But there's two Cardinal Yamahas, nice and distinctive, with that bright blue colour, yellow wheels. Number 22 there, John Emerson Ingito. Race winner last year in Underbone 150s, but a lackluster season this time around, hoping for better things. And the 61 there is a very welcome wild card in the form of Charles Shazras, who gave us some real entertainment last time out. The Honda Estimo. So the number 61 there, Charles Shazras, mark that one. He will be among the leaders this weekend without any shadow of a doubt. 143 just went through there. He is wildcard, I think his status is, although we saw him last time out at Mandalika. Husni Zainal Fauzi, he was running there with Murabul Vitoni, but there is a little breakdown there. That is Charles Shazras. So sorry if I brought down the bad luck on him, but I'm sure he'll be back and bringing everything he's got for us this weekend. In championship terms, a pattern has been emerging during the last few rounds, and the pattern that's emerging is that Akid Aziz is a terrific form rider out of everybody here. Nazrul has been making a decent fist of defending his championship. He's back in third at the moment, but in touch, and there is the number 13 at the front of that group, and that is Akid Aziz. So watch out for him. He's got 157, Murabul Vitoni just behind him. Murabul always quick, always among the leaders it seems. And in championship terms, also doing a very decent job this season, currently P5. Akid Aziz on his home ground. He's gone so well everywhere else. You'd have to fancy him at this circuit. There is the nice big number one and the very well earned number one. on the front of the Uma Racing Yamaha of Nazrul Izzat Bahauddin. And there is 222 Fahmi Bassam. LFNH Putra Yamaha that he is on. They have some terrific riders, Murabil Vitoni and Husni among them. Such a strong lineup that they have. That's Wayuaji Trilaksana just on the back of that group. 2 times former champion. Last time was in 2022 for the number 60. Now running his own team, as he has done. This is his 2nd season running his Racetech 60 team. And his teammate, who no doubt will be seeing something of very shortly, wearing the number 177, is Aditya Fauzi, currently 2nd in the championship. 25 points behind Akir Aziz. At the moment is Husni. Impressive wildcard. He took a piece, from memory I'm going now, from P6 and a P2 last time out at Mandalika. Murabil Vitoni, always quick in pretty much every session. Doesn't always land the results perhaps that he deserves or should be getting, given his ability. Fariz Putra for Cardinals is currently 3rd. And at the front of that group is Fazrul Sham, number 11. His teammate Fariz Putra just behind him. Just a glimpse Masato Fernando. Another little group here. Got the number 1 of Nazrul. The number 38, I think that was. There's the 222, completing another lap. 222 bike of Fahmi Bassam, with Wayuaji Trilaksana slipstreaming him up to the line. We've seen some incredible finishes of riders popping out of the slipstreams here at Sepang International on that fairly long run up from the final turn, turn 15, to the finish line. Indeed, Wayuaji moved ahead on track of Fahmi Bassam. Several riders running out of pit lane. Looks as though they are going through just to find a bit of track position, although here at Sepang there's plenty of space on track, both in terms of width and length. It's the longest circuit on the calendar at 5.5 kilometers. 15 turns, 10 right, 5 left. Number 50 just going through there is Afif Amran, another Malaysian rider of note.
Another Malaysian rider I just want to give a quick shout out to is Adiputra Sukarno. This young rider that Yamaha have picked up is really he resembles, well, one thing me and another local commentator mentioned is that he resembles a young Kasma in the way that he rides, the aggression, the hunger. He's only about 14 now, I believe. I think he's 14 and turning 15 or 14 this year. But he's a rising star, and I'm looking forward to seeing what he does here in the Underbones.
So, noted, 81, Adiputra Sukarno. Thank you, Daniel. And somebody...
Shazraz has gone off. That's unfortunate for Shazraz.
He broke down a little bit earlier.
Yeah, he was gripping his right wrist. I really hope it's nothing too serious for him.
That looks really limp as well, doesn't it? It's just horrible.
He's been in the best form of his life. His fitness has been taken to another level, but so I was really hoping to see some impressive performance from Shazraz, but
yeah, earlier in the commentary I was bigging him up like that because I know what he's capable of. I remember the fire that he brought to being a wild card last time, last year in 2023. It was incredible. So I really hope that that's just a knock.
Yeah, it's on the right wrist as well, so that's the biggest concern.
Yeah.
So hopefully nothing too serious. Akiraziz momentarily went top of the list at Murray-Bill Vitoni. 232.2 from him.
Yeah, checking those lap times. 2:32. Getting some data from earlier races, but yeah, 2:32 is a very decent lap time. Just trying to judge where the conditions are, and right now they're about perfect, it seems. Sky's bright but overcast, not too much wind.
Yeah, there's a bit of a damp patch here and there, but nothing disturbing the race line. There's another shot of another wildcard that could be impressive. That's Idil Fitri. He's a rider who was under the Sepang program at one point, and he's had appearances in the CV championships. So Idil will have a lot of experience, and he is quite an impressive rider. So we'll see what he can do in these underbone classes, because he rides underbone locally, and he is a talent to look out for.
Yeah, it is fascinating. There's so much depth in the Malaysian and Indonesian underbone domestic series, then they just pop up through here. As you were saying about Adi Putra Sakana. But right at the top now is this rider on your screen now, 157, Murray-Bill Vitoni. He's got Fahmi Bassam, currently second in the championship, just behind him. And ahead of all of them, coming to the bottom of your screen now, is Akiraziz. Kid currently 1.3 seconds off the best time of Murray-Bill. Kid's teammate, Fifan Ran, barging his way through to the front of that group. So these riders all trundling into pit lane. We're at about the halfway point in the session. Just over 15 minutes remaining. 5.7 is Murray-Bill. The number 22 following him in is the 4S1N machine of John Emerson in Gito. And that is the 38. Just through your screen there, Idil Fitri Mahadi.
Looking out for Aditya Fauzi. He's down in 18th for now, but if you've been following underbones recently, you'll know that Aditya is really a strong rider in this category. And even in his local championships in Indonesia, he's been really impressive, consistently on the podiums. So I think Aditya, he's going to bring the fight up.
Yeah, he's sure to. And it's such a good call by Wayuaji to bring him into his team. Wayuaji ran his own team as of the beginning of last season. Did it alone this year, and this year has brought in this brilliant new young rider, Aditya Fauzi, who's currently second to Akiraziz in the standings.
Aditya growing in popularity, and as you mentioned, yeah, perfect signing by Wayuaji. It's a good mix between a young, hungry talent and a very well-experienced ex-champion.
Yep, bit of a dream team, and looking there, defending champion, and he's done a solid job of it this year, Nazrul. Currently third. I mean, there is a bit of a lead that Akiraziz has got. It's basically a race win, 25 points.
And Nazrul just unfortunate in the championship defense charge with that dislocated wrist and a fractured clavicle. So Nazrul, he's now fully recovered. I'm sure he's still riding in a little bit of pain, but he'll definitely be fit to fight up at the top. And already back up into third, so it's a good start to the morning session for Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, front Yeah, just looking at the rider going through there, that was Gupita Krishna. Once again, we got the two Cardinals bikes of number 11, Fazrul Sham, number 33, Faraz Putra. It's going through with them there. I think that was the number 32. Do we have a 32 in this class?
It's Rekat Yusuf. 32 always just reminds me of Helmi Osman every time I see it, especially on SCK machinery.
Yeah, I was just having a rummage round in my brain then. On live TV. Not a pretty sight.
Another decent rider that we have as a wildcard is Iqbal Amri. He hasn't found any significant lap time yet, but he's a decent talent. Running for a Techni AHM this time round.
Yeah, plenty of riders yet to show their form. I mean, we mentioned Rekat just now. Expect to see him jumping up. But also Giancarlo, Gupita Krishna, Aditya, as you mentioned earlier. Dimas Julie down in 17th with 2:38. Fazrul, 2:38. I'm not sure how to pick the bones out of this session so far, but that's always the case with underbone 150s.
Yeah, with the underbones, it's hard to tell with practice sessions what the pace really is going to be like, because the second we get into racing, it's going to be one large group, and especially here at Sepang, you have two very long straights, a lot of long flowy turns, so you're going to have about close to 20 riders in the front pack just fighting between 20 different lines, just bouncing off each other's elbows, and it's really a fighting sport.
Yep, it definitely is. It was notable too, when you see these riders come into other championships. 16-year-old for Cardinals, Faraz Putra, put in a wildcard appearance in the Blue Crew round at Chang International last weekend. Interestingly, he had Ferozi Torakatula in his corner from Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And he bagged a podium, got second. I predicted the podium for him and got it, so he wants me to predict another one this weekend. It's a big ask in this class, but he is quick.
Yeah, if it was 600s or 1000s, it'd be a bit more simpler, but in these underbones class, you can never tell.
Yeah. Kuzni coming out. 143. Impressive young Indonesian, currently fourth. 2:34.3 is his best time. That is John Emerson Ngito, the number 22. 4S1M Evo Yamaha. But as you can see, the majority of these riders in the pits with 9 minutes remaining to the end of the session. So there is going to be some pushing going on at the end. I wonder about Aditya Fauzi. You mentioned him earlier, Daniel, but I just wonder, because he usually comes straight out of the blocks without any hesitation, whether there's just some mechanical issue they need to sort out on that number 177.
Yeah, because he's about 6.7 seconds down, and it's not where we usually see Aditya, as you mentioned in practice, so must be an issue, or is this something that wasn't really sitting quite right with him. He's only done about, well, he's done about similar amount of laps compared to the rest, 3 laps. So perhaps just some major adjustment to his setup needed. Or maybe just a different approach for Aditya this time around.
I don't know. we will see. Soto Fernando, returning rider to Underbones. Quite excited to see him coming back in for this season, but he hasn't really fulfilled the expectations of some of us. But we know he's quick. Best result this season was in Motegi when he picked up a P7. There were most riders in the pits, but now happily returning to the circuit. Number 36 you can just see going through the bottom left of your screen, and Shafiq Rosli, another rider to watch out for. Number 81 with the yellow front there is Adiputra Sakano, pointed out by Daniel a few moments ago as a rider to watch. There is the defending champion, always one to watch. Just behind him I think I saw Pirapong Louis Bumpeng for team One for All. Another rider due a good result. Generally we have 1 second covering the first 10 finishers. A pretty good rule of thumb in this class. But just because you haven't been on the podium doesn't mean that you haven't been within half a second of the winner. But it is that last piece, getting to the line ahead of everybody else, that is the most difficult thing in Underbones.
In Underbones, it's literally the quote of, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And yeah, it's amazing to see how some riders just have their own methods of making sure that they place the bike in the right position for the final rundown.
Yeah, sometimes you can see it. Sometimes you can see what they're doing. Think, oh, that's what he's going to do. And sure enough, they nail it. But we have slow riding competition out here, going for economy.
Yeah, I don't think Indian Oil is doing any awards for best fuel economy, but there could be an award for this one.
Yeah, there is Aditya, we were talking about earlier, running with his team boss, Wayuaji Trilaksana. Just over 5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag comes out. So this trundling around looking for track position, which will be driving race control crazy, but it probably indicates that there is going to be a push coming anytime soon.
I just want to touch on the... You can just see their plan coming together. It's a great example of that was Akid Aziz. I think it was race 2, where in Mandalika, at one point he was at the far back of the group. He was last in the front fight. I think it was 2 laps to go at that point. And then next thing you know, he's won the race right at the last turn. It's unbelievable.
Yes, yes, yeah. It's almost like a spidey sense, isn't it? They just seem to know how the pattern of the bikes in front of them is going to pan out. It's nothing you can really think about. I think you've either got the ability to do that or you haven't, no matter how quick you are. And if you don't have that ability, then you need to go to another class.
It's exactly that, yeah. So it's Underbones. It's not everyone is going to be quick in finishing in Underbones. Sometimes if they don't find success here in the 250s, we see them doing much better. But yeah, Underbones is an art on its own. But there we go. Right as you were mentioning just about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, funny that. How did I know that? That notice was coming. Warning for the riders.
So this is a pattern we've seen with Underbones. They tend to slow down a little too much, and the race direction faces that we are familiar with, we can imagine that they were shouting in there.
Yeah, I mean, these riders we're looking at now, they're coming down from turn 14 to 15. There's 3 minutes, 20 seconds remaining on the clock, so they've got two laps basically. Let's Gupita Krishna, number 23, going through ahead of Faris Putra, 33. Oh my goodness, they're just going fast enough to stay upright.
It's funny to think about it because it's only practice one. It's only free practice one. And these times, even if someone benefits from your slipstream, I don't think it's going to be too much of a harm towards the proceedings later on. So to slow down this much in practice one.
Yeah, and you do really want to have a run to the line, don't you? To start you want to start the lap at full chat.
Yeah, it's strange. It's strange. We would really just hope that we see less of the slow riding around.
Yeah, we've been saying it for years though. Even going back like 8 or 9 years when I was an official in this series, it was the same then. Bring the riders in, yell at them. No difference at all. Well, there is Wayaji Trilixana at the front of this group, which is getting a bit of a wriggle on now. Aditya Fauzi just dropping to the back. And Wayaji rolling off as well. So nobody wants to take the lead here. Husni looking around there with the pinkish helmet.
Yeah, you can just see that a lot of them just running wide, just letting the ones behind them get past. But it's just going to happen all over again with these underbones. You're going to see them coming through with slipstream, and yeah, there's no real running away from someone behind you in underbones. Yeah,
the rider at the front there, that was Murabil. He had a look around. He's got plenty of space. He's also got a 1.3 second advantage at the top of the timing screen.
Yeah, between Akid and Nazarul Lizan is 2.8, so a bit of a gap between the top threes. And from Nazarul all the way down to Wayaji, he's just under 2/10. Fitri's been decent in the session. He's up into 6th.
Watching out for Adi Putra, he's down in 15th, 237. Masato Fernando, he's got Nazrul Izzat Bahudin for company. Checkered flag's going to be out in 25 seconds.
It's decent from Masato Fernando so far. 11th for him. It's much better looking.
Yeah, it looked as though Nazrul was holding him up a little bit, if anything, then. Anyway, this is the last time around for these guys.
Dimas Juli's on a decent lap. He's on in 17th. First sector looking good for Dimas.
Yeah, Dimas, a really good one-lap specialist, so he's further down than you'd normally expect at this stage, but
these riders that just came across are the riders that we saw slowing down and looking for track position, but with all that slowing down, it really just wasted time, and checkered flags out, so their session is done.
Yeah, Nazrul is going to, looks as though, lead this group, although Fernando has a look through. He did look pretty strong though. It'll be interesting to see what he does later on. So these underbones, they have 2 free practice sessions based on the combined times. They go through to Q2 or Q1 tomorrow morning, and then that's followed by the shootout for the top 10 grid positions in Super Pole. So one of the more complicated racing classes when it comes to qualifying, but the reason is that it's just so difficult to work out, to isolate the effect of slipstream and so on. But that's it, that's the first session of the day done in pretty decent weather conditions, track conditions. So things are going to be clear and looking good for TVS Asia 1 mate. They'll be out next. couple of riders coming across the line. That's probably it. We look at the iconic view of the grandstand there at turn 15. Whenever you see a picture depicting Sepang International Circuit, that's the grandstand you see. And there he is, Mirabile Vitoni, 232.272, set earlier in the session. That was enough. Championship leader Akid Aziz for Pitspike one-way JRT Tech 2. Second, Nazrul is at defending champion, 234, that was good enough for P3. Husni Zainul Fauzi for Yamaha LFN, fourth. Fifth, YYG Trilaksana. Idil Fitri Mahadi. One of the interesting wildcards here was sixth. Seventh, Fahmi Bassam, third in the championship and looking good. Fares Putra for Cardinals Factory Racing Team ARRC in P8. And P9, Akid's teammate Afif Amran for Pitspike one-way. Hafiz Farrell Rasyadan for SEK Honda in 10th. 11th, Basato Fernando, we were looking at the end there. Let's see what he's got later on. John Emerson in Gito. Another Filipino for 4S1N, Evo in 12th. 13th, Pirapong Nui Bumpeng, the Thai rider for Team One For All. Shafiq Rosley, quiet session by his standards for Uma Racing in 14th. 15th, Adi Putra Sukarno, one of the riders to watch out for. Fazrul Sham for Cardinals was 16th. 17th, Dimas Juliat Moko for Team One For All. Aditya Fauzi, really quiet session by his standards for Race Tech 60, was 18th. 19th was Gupita Krishna, former double champion for 4S1M. Charles Shazras down in P20. Iqbal Amri was 21st. 22nd, Giancarlo Maurizio for Uma Racing Philippines. Rekat Yusuf, not a really serious session for him for the number 32, 249.952. He was the last of that 23 rider field. So, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, the next bikes out on track will be the TVS Asia One Make for the first session of their free practice day. That's coming up in about 7 minutes from now, so stay with us. We're at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. This is Free Practice Friday, and we are on track now for the first time today with the TVS Asia One Make Championship. There has been one big question that we've been grappling with throughout this 2024 season when it comes to this series, and that is who, if anybody, could break the grip of Japanese veteran Hiroki Ono, who by the time we got to race 2 at Mandalika had scored 6 successive victories. He'd won every race this season, to put it another way. And the answer was in the hands of the indomitable Ramdan Rosli, the Malaysian, who's back at his home race today. He'll be on the number 4 machine, but it was Ramdan who took advantage of an error by Hiroki Ono to get ahead of him and stay ahead and beat him to the win in race 2. It was a narrow victory, but despite the number of wins that Hiroki Ono's had, very few of them have been runaway wins. It's been quite close, but he's just been slightly too good every time until race 2 at Mandalika. And now the question is, can Ramdan Rosli build on that? How strongly will Hiroki Ono come back? Be pretty sure he's going to come back very strongly indeed in response to that. He does see winning in whatever class he's contesting, whether it's the Moto 3 class in the All Japan Series or TVS Asia One Make. He does see victory as his right and doesn't lose easily. So let's see, it's going to be good. But as I just described Ramdan Rosli as indomitable, Daniel, I've been so impressed with the way he's just kept to the task, never given up, never let his head drop, and then he was rewarded.
Yeah, Ramdan's one of those racers I've followed for, well, almost his entire career, because he was always one of those talents where it seemed that he was always going to work the hardest. And I remember when he was in CV, he had his struggles, and then when he went back into normal superbikes, he had his struggles. And it was to a point where a few seasons ago, it seemed that we've seen all of Ramdan Rosli in racing. And ever since he's jumped back into TVS, his determination has been really almost unmatched, and he's been putting in so much work into his fitness, trying to get lighter and lighter, even though he looks just about skin, muscle and bone now. But he's been putting in so much work and effort, and I think he's really put some new life into his racing career. And I think if his tenure at TVS ends this season, I think it would be unwise of any AP250 team to not consider him for 2025.
Agree. Yeah, he's been phenomenal. And you're right with what you're saying about his physique, because I mean he was never like a big lad. But I looked at him yesterday when he came to the press conference, and he was just feather-light. That is one of the advantages that Hiroki Ono, as a light motorcycle racing specialist, does have. But Ramdan Rosli's been working on every aspect of his game, including that, which is, you know, one of the most difficult. As an expert in these things, Daniel, what would you reckon his body fat percentage is?
Ramdan, I think, easily down to 7% easily, and that's already a stretch for any person to try and achieve. Barely any fat on him, but he does a lot of cycling as well. He does everything to make sure his strength is in check. Because another thing about bikes, you can be really light, but if you don't have the strength, you don't have the power, it does make it a bit harder.
Yeah, absolutely. So looking at lap times here, we've got 2:25 as the best time. That's been set by Warapong Malahuan. He was the inaugural champion in 2022, and the rider who really has led this project from the word go. Hasn't appeared on the podium yet this season. That's the number 3 there, Warapong. Looks like a white helmet this time out. In front of him, he's got Kim Min-jae, the South Korean rider, who's made some improvements as he came in. And as ever, it's good to see riders coming in from countries where racing is less developed. 15 there, that's Rocco Sessler, the 15-year-old German. He's a quick rider, but he described himself as being slightly disappointed with what he's done this season. TVS Asia 1 make. All the circuits have been new to him, to be fair. I think his net gain in experience, riding against competitors from different countries to what he's used to in the northern parts of Europe, been really good for the German.
He's another one of those riders who's just completed a season in the Red Bull Rookie Cup. Didn't manage to pick up many points in the Red Bull Rookie Cup this season. He's managed 8 points, but I'm sure he's gained valuable knowledge from riding with some of the best young talents of the world, in the world currently. So Rocco will be coming into this round with a bit of knowledge, a bit of extra knowledge.
Yeah, and size makes a difference here. A little slight apology there for Vorapong, who kind of sorry, not sorry that one, because he just wanted to get past. But yeah, I was just going to say Rocco is about 180 centimeters tall now.
Yeah, about that, yeah.
So that's a little bit big for these smaller bikes. So he's got his sights set on competing in the bigger cubic capacity classes.
Yeah, even on a regular production 250, he would still be taller than the average. It'd be like watching Adinanta Putra on the Astra on the 250 once again.
Yeah. And Hergen, not so difficult, really. His teammate who still is in 250s, but as you were saying earlier, that he's one of those riders you could just imagine, come on, it's time to step up to a bigger capacity bike now. Here we're looking at Sartak Chavan, number 9, currently at the top of the timing screen with the 223.9, which is a pretty good time here for Sepang. I think they were doing 221s last year. As well as the riders improving progressively, the bikes are under development and improving as well. So that's a time that I think we'll see come down a lot, weather permitting. What do you make of the weather here, Daniel?
Yeah, this is the weather that we dread in Sepang. Just some cloud cover, looking just a little bit threatening, but it looks like at any point it could just start having a bit of a drizzle and we could have a 50-50 situation once again. And that's just what we don't want in Sepang, half track wet, half track dry. But as of right now, thankfully it is dry still.
Sartak has got Casey Klammer for company, Filipino rider, so that's a good tow for Casey to get if he can hold on. Sartak, one of the quickest of increasingly strong-looking bunch of riders coming out of India through the various classes that they've got there. Honda, TVS, running talent development series back there at home. Sartak, one of the most visible exponents of that. But also, so is Chirag Vishwanath. He's also pretty well highly rated. Looking there at Rishi Takahira, number 10. Surrounded by media, tyre technician. Oh, sorry, suspension technician.
Similar colours almost between them. As of right now, Sartak looking really impressive. Kim Min-jae, I'm expecting him to start to find his form. He's been doing more racing outside of South Korea recently. So Kim Min-jae will be an exciting one to see whether he can try and find a way into the mid-pack now this time. If we're looking strictly at these current lap times, he has found himself up into 10th.
Yeah, there for the first time on our screens is the number 2 of Hiroki Ono, championship leader. By some margin, 40-something points without checking. But anyway, he's within 2 race wins. If he doesn't do anything, picks his feet up in the garage, and Ramdan Rosley wins the next 2 races, then it's all on. That's a big ask for Ramdan, especially given the temperament, the competitiveness, and just the steely nature of Hiroki Ono.
Ramdan is brilliant, but Hiroki when he's on form is just absolutely unstoppable.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, it's just that expectation of winning that he carries with him. Kangea going across the line in front of the Japanese championship leader. Sartak's improved the best time to 2:22. Hiroki best lap 2:27. Well, that won't last too long. Modus operandi, his MO is to leave it till the last lap or 2 of the session before really pulling the pin. But I just wonder whether he'll remain like that now that he is getting chased a lot harder.
You can see now he's starting to push a little bit. His first sector is a big improvement, and he's starting to push on. Chirant right now, the fastest first sector in this session from him. A lot of riders starting to make a little bit of a push.
One rider that isn't is Muzakir Mohammed, who hasn't turned a lap yet. Not sure what the story is there. I guess it's going to be a mechanical.
Yeah, Muzakir's a little bit of bumping there, but yeah, Muzakir's season has been a tough one. He's been battling injuries. He just announced a split from the 1XOX TKKR team, Azan Shah's team, without the BMW involvement. They've had a 7-year history together, and suddenly, not even completing the season with the team, decided to announce a split.
Season which was really was a glorious one for him, and he was such a popular winner. It's the first significant championship that he'd won. Anyway, no time recorded for him this time around, so the time's varying between 2:22, which is still with Sartak, or is it? Let's just watch Hiroki Ono. Is he? No. He'll move up, but not that far. Yeah, he's moved up to 3rd. Chirant 2nd. Oh, and there goes Ramdan Rosley into 2nd.
2:23.068 from Ramdan. Ramdan getting into the groove, and I expect that this would be right about the time that Hiroki starts really pushing on.
Yeah, this is when you want to start looking at Hiroki's sector times. 4.5 minutes remaining before the checkered flag. But following Hiroki Ono is Chirant, who's having a really decent session. There is Muzakir, so he is out on circuit, the number 1.
He just found himself behind Hiroki Ono. I think that's exactly what Muzakir would have wanted. Currently sitting in 8th after just 1 flying lap. Behind Muzakir is Sartak Shavan. So yeah, Muzakir just backing off in this. Sartak will try and sit behind Hiroki Ono. Wondering why Muzakir didn't decide to push on for this one. Because he had Hiroki in front of him, Sartak behind him, both fast riders.
Yeah, and there is split qualifying for these riders, so the 2 sessions, the 2 20-minute sessions they have today are important. There's really no time to hang around.
This run, I was expecting a bit more from Rocco. Rocco down in 10th. Because it should be his first time ever coming into the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, I believe so. it is a new challenge. He will have to deal with the really high heats, high track temperatures, and just trying to get more fluids in. Because yeah, Sepang is really characteristically humid and properly hot.
Yeah, in some ways it's more uncomfortable even than Chang International. Just there at the number 1, Muzakia. Improving a little bit, I guess, looking at his sector times. Yeah, moves up to 6th with a 2:24.5.
Yeah, slight improvements from Muzakir, that's good.
So we're looking at Ramdan there, the number 4. You'd have to fancy over this race weekend. Rocky Ono. See what he's got left.
This is surprising, still nothing threatening the top by Hiroki.
I would have expected him to have done something by now. That's Chirant that's just ran wide. Trying to keep himself out of harm's way.
Using one arm and one leg.
Left arm, right leg, yeah. Keep himself as wide as possible. I do that in traffic in Bangkok.
Let's look at the sector times again. Still, Hiroki, decent timings from him, but usually by this time, like under 2 minutes left, you would see Hiroki Ono pull in a lap time that's about half a second faster at least than the rider in first at this moment. But still nothing, and now Muzakir is looking good. Faster second sector from him, an improvement through sector 1.
Yeah, but not Hiroki Ono. This is surprising. Normally you can see where he's going to start pushing, but the window's not there now.
Even just comparing the sector times, it's good sector times from Hiroki, but nothing like what we're used to seeing.
That's right. We've got Muzakir running there with Vorapong, number 3. So the 2 champions so far. This is the 3rd season for TVS Asia One Make. Good to see him back really in the competitive mix, Muzakir. And they're just going to get another lap in too. The checkered flag's coming out in 2 seconds.
Oh. And the 2 Malaysian riders, Ramdan goes up into first, Muzakir into second, so looking a lot better from the pair of them. This is much better for Muzakir.
Yeah, Ramdan having a look around, so he's not going to take advantage of that extra lap.
They're just getting a bit out of shape, but controlling it.
Yeah, not a great session from Ati. We've seen him looking really quick in some races, not yet consistent. Kim Min-jae, I guess this is his first outing in Sepang. Second.
He did MSBK 3 weeks ago.
I think half the field here just came here for rehearsals 2 weeks ago.
Pretty much, yeah. I was surprised as well seeing the entry list that Kim Min-jae has joined. But I think it was a wise decision by Kim Min-jae just to get the extra track mileage in.
So Ramdan so far continuing where he left off with that race win in Mandalika a month or so ago.
I was just looking at the timing page and I was really expecting Hiroki to start having purple, but Sector 1 is a decent time, but not faster than what he's done. Sector 2, slight improvement. Sector 3, nothing. So this is strange from Hiroki Ono. It is really, really strange.
Yeah. So, well, let's see what happens next time out. But it's good to see those two riders in particular, the one who broke the stranglehold on race wins of Hiroki Ono last time out, and the 2023 champion Muzakia having a good session to begin with. There is Muzakia. Pink knee sliders indeed. You've got to be confident to wear pink knee sliders, Daniel.
You definitely do. He used to have a pink helmet as well, actually. There you go, Muzakia around 2:26 that time, but his fastest lap time 2:22. So it's a good mix between the top 5. We've got Rich Takahira as well, a 2:23.019 from him.
Yep, just behind his senior compatriot Hiroki Ono. Rich Takahira, one quick rider, but only one podium so far this season. And here are the results. So Ramdan Rosley, the local rider, the winner of the last race in Mandalika, 2:22.364 was good enough to put him at the top. 2023 champion Muzakia, good to see him back in the fold. He was second. Sartak Chavan, the Indian rider, 2/10 or so behind Muzakia in third. Fourth, Hiroki Ono, probably the first time we've seen him that far down since he joined TVS Asia 1 mate. Rich Takahira, fifth. Sixth, Churan Vashwanath, another promising Indian rider. Boropong Malahuan in seventh. His best time was 2:23.938. Deki Chano Aldi, we didn't mention during that session, didn't see much of him, but he was eighth. Rocco Sessler came up to ninth by the end there with a 2:25.4. KY Ahmed was 10th. Ati Kanger down in 11th. Casey Clammer, no K session for the Filipino, was 12th. Kim In Jae was 13th. Jagan Kumar, who is back in the fold, was 14th. And Singaporean Irvin Eksan was 15th. His best time was 2:30. So that brings us to the end of the first cycle of free practice sessions, and that means that the next bikes out will be AP250s, who will be doing their free practice 2 session. So stay with us, we will be back for that in 10 minutes or so from now. So stay with us, we are at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. Welcome back to Sepang on this Free Practice Friday for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. All 5 classes have had 1 session so far, and so we're in the second cycle of free practice sessions. AP250s are on your screen right now. The 65 going through there, who we didn't see too much of in free practice 1, is Cao Vietnam, race winner. Got his first race win in slightly controversial circumstances, but he'd had a run of bad luck before that, so there was no real begrudging of what happened in China, where the first 2 riders across the line were penalised. Oh, and there's a nasty high side there. Or that is Mohsin Paramban for Idemitsu. He's bounced up, but
yeah, that's oil that's come out. Yeah. Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah,
yeah. There's oil on the track for sure. So there's every chance that this session is going to be a red flag.
You can just see the white, bluish white smoke. Yeah, red flag just came out right then. There we go. Red flag. This session is red flag now. So Mohsin just came out. I think oil dripped onto his tire first and then sent him flying. But whoa.
That was a heavy fall. It's good to see him back up. But then you saw the following Yamaha go down as well. So very, very unfortunately, we have an interruption right at the start of this session. Yeah, you saw Mohsin realizing what had happened, hold his hands up to warn the riders who were already at that point looking at yellow flags. But there we go, 3 minutes into the session and we have a red flag.
Truly unfortunate to start the morning proceedings this way, but we do need to red flag this session to ensure the safety of the riders, as we saw immediately. I didn't catch who that was. It went off on the oil spillage area, but yeah, that track definitely needs some cleaning up first.
Yeah, so this won't be a quick delay. Clearing up oil has to be done carefully, and it's quite a laborious job.
Good quick thinking as well from Mohsin to immediately cut off the bike.
Cut off the bike, then he stood up, put his hands up. Yeah.
Some riders need to be careful as they make their way around turn 9 into 10 now because of the oil. It's hard to see where the oil really is.
Yeah, you were saying earlier on that the track has the track surface has a dark color that's difficult to detect. The damp patches, well, I guess that includes oil patches. So we have a delay. So we will just have to roll with this. In the first session today was the championship leader, Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda, who was quickest, just ahead of his teammate, Herjan Atner, who led the championship earlier in the season. Looking there, the riders doing exactly what they're supposed to do in the event of a red flag, which is to come in nice and steadily into pit lane. And next up in free practice 1 this morning, so P3 was Rosie Torakatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. The Indonesian sitting second in the championship, remarkably having missed round 3 after breaking his leg in round 2. Came back strongly in round 4. There it is, all quiet in pit lane for now.
No indication of how long this delay will be because they have to get all the bikes back to pit lane, and then the stewards and officials can go out to examine where the oil is, and the marshals can get to covering the patches that
Yeah, so the marshals, of course, are checking, but they'll be looking for when the oil leak started. So it's not just a case of looking at the big patch that might have been dropped. It's how far was it leaking before that. So oil spillages are difficult. I suspect you're going to see a few more marshals joining them.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one for a two-man job if it's just the both of them. So definitely there'll be more marshals joining in, and there we go.
Yeah, that's it. But it is a painstaking process to put that absorbent material down. There's a special formula for that too. Then that has to be rubbed into the surface, and then it has to be brushed off, and then that has to be checked and perhaps done again. So it's just something you can't rush. Okay, we've got 4 marshals there now. And the safety officer will make his way around as well to take a look. Okay, more marshals, more brushes coming, as you'd expect. The marshals here, of course, at Sepang International, some of the best in the world. During the history, of course, of this great circuit just outside of Kuala Lumpur, we've had not only MotoGP, World Superbike, ARRC, there's also been Formula One. So the quality of the track staff here is as good as it gets. Pan out there's a good shot of the Dunlop Sportmax hoarding. Dunlop have been with this championship, seems for forever, as the tyre supplier. Fantastic work they do. They use this series for development. It's not a passive relationship at all. And they really provide phenomenal service for the teams here. Other partners, more recent one would be Indian Oil, who we're delighted joined us this season on a 3-year deal to supply the highest level of race fuel for all categories in ARRC. So while we're waiting, we're scanning the sky. The sky remains bright and cloudy. And we'll see if we can find some riders to talk to. Pit lane. So we're just sorting out a few targets for Daniel to go and talk to. So we'll have something going on while we have this this waiting period. Interesting wildcards we've got here. The most interesting of them, in my opinion anyway, is Gary Salim, the Indonesian former 250 champion, who is back riding for Honda NWN SCK racing team. Great to see him back in. And Emil Isdar Ezwan come in for Pittsbike one-way JRT. And we have the Indian rider Olwyn Xavier coming in with Gusto Racing India. Other news, not good news from this morning, Free Practice 1, which was held in very difficult conditions. The riders went out on wet tyres, but there was quite a heavy crash for Arai Agaska, currently sitting 4th in the championship standings, and one of the most brilliant of the young racers across any of the ARRC categories. Arai had a nasty crash and is being checked out for a suspected broken wrist. Whether that's left or right, I don't know, and I hope it's only suspected. But the way he was carrying it after the fall didn't look too good. So there you have it, the famous pit lane at Sepang International. Looking out over the grandstands now, there are a few souls, hardy souls, well, not against the weather conditions, but die-hard race fans sitting in the grandstands just opposite this commentary position. We are right next to the finish line, so fantastic vantage point. This Friday is always free practice. We have 13 sessions today. We've had 5. This is the 6th with an yet to be determined delay. So everything will be squeezed up a little bit. Perhaps the race control will tighten the time gaps between sessions just to make up a little bit of time. But it is a long day of practice sessions. The final session of the day, scheduled for 5:10 this afternoon, local time, is for the ASB1000s. So that's a 40-minute session. So that should finish. We can get back on schedule at 10 to 6. There's a lunch break of 50 minutes, so that's probably where most of the time will be made up. So good news from here is that I can see Daniel in pit lane looking for somebody to talk to. As we need to fill some of this time as productively as we can, because the marshals still are working on that oil spill. Back on track, there is the safety car. Looks as though the marshals are clearing themselves off the track. Safety car's not hanging around, so hopefully that's good news. Safety officer here, as per normal, is former ARRC legend Kwan Meng Heng, and a very safe pair of hands indeed he is. Safety car comes through turn 14. Indian Oil hoardings in the background. As I mentioned, the fuel partner for this and the next 2 seasons following it. Look at the number plate, that's very nicely done. Proper ARRC FIM. So we've got the message now that the pit exit will open at 12:08. That's in about 1 minute from now. So the all clear has clearly been given. And we'll be back on track in just a minute or so. The pit lane, I have to say, is still quiet. And it seems to be getting windier. If you're wondering why we're continuously talking, or constantly anyway, talking about the weather, it's because it can change so quickly here at Sepang. There is Kwang Meng Heng just walking off to the left of your screen. And I can see that Daniel is looking around for people to talk to there with the camera and sound crew. Anyway, these riders will be able to get back to work any moment now. And there goes the klaxon. No time set so far. So one of the first bikes out, it will be the number 11 of Kawin Kinto. Actually the very first bike out, so let's give a shout to Shen Chunjiang, the Chinese rider from Beijing. And we're going to go down to Daniel while these guys get out on their warm-up lap, so let's see what he has to say.
So we're at the Yamaha Racing Indonesia garage with Kengo Nagao. So Kengo, you mentioned that you played a game to understand the circuit a bit better. How do you feel after the first session and learning the circuit from the game?
So near the feeling. But first time Sepang, very nice track. So fun. And FP1 very sleepy. But FP2, more push, yeah, fight, yeah.
Thank you so much, Kengo. Good luck for the next session.
Well, that's good to see Kengo Nagao having a good time. There was a little bit of trepidation on his first visit. He did tell us yesterday at the press conference that he'd been doing a lot of laps on PlayStation, and so. Yeah, it's actually a pretty good bit of advertising there for the Japanese gaming company. So Kengo Nagao was in the top 5 or 6, I think, this morning, and looked confident all the way through. So I'll be looking forward to seeing what he can do. Race winner, of course, when he first appeared this year as a wild card at Motegi. With a P2 and a P1. Anyway, we're back on track now with the AP250s. Still almost 25 minutes remaining because that interruption was literally on the outlap. Unfortunate for Mohsin Paramban to have had that oil leak, but it was dealt with quickly and decisively by him. The way he jumped off the bike, turned off the engine and put his arms in the air to indicate there was a problem. This morning it was championship leader Yandra Ramadipa who was fastest. He brings, in terms of this series, a pretty significant lead into this round. 16-point lead over Ferozi Torakatula, who remarkably missed a round with a broken leg and then came back fairy tale style at his home round in Mandalika to bag a victory. Back 2 podium positions, a 3rd and a win. And there is Ferozi, number 36 on the Yamaha with the green helmet. Just slicing in front there of the number 68 of Jazil Jaraimi. One of the wild cards worth watching out for, according to our local expert, host and pit lane reporter, Daniel Bogas. There is Warwick Tongnapakun, number 27. He had a good outing this morning as well. And the number 73, Gao Zhang, going through. That's a kind of slightly deep green Yamaha. It's with Victor Racing. Nice big number 23 on the front there of Olin Xavier, the Indian rider who's come in as a wild card. So lots of interest going on here. 31 there is Gary Salim. And again, a big welcome back to the Indonesian former AP250 champion, who got badly knocked around at Sugo last year in 2023 at the Japanese round. But it's good to see him back on a 250. We know how good he is on a 250. So there's Ferozi. He's got, trying to see who that was in front of him, but those two, one of them's a Pitts bike. Vietnam has just moved himself in these very early stages of this interrupted session up the order to the top, together with Irfan Haikal. They're both pretty much on a 2:29. And then championship leader, 15-year-old Kiandra, reasserts himself at the top, and then he gets knocked off by Ferozi as a whole group of riders complete another lap. Sharifuddin Azman third. He was strong throughout the session this morning. Virgin Atna now sitting second. Ferozi on top. That's a 2:25. Going to be looking at better than 2:22s.
The Yamaha's looking strong here. 2:25.3 is a good time from Ferozi. Virgin doing decently as well, 2:26.9, but we know that the faster lap times will be in the lower 2:26, the upper 2:25s. We've seen 2:24s as well.
Yeah, last time out, I think we were looking at 2:21s for the top riders. There is Sharifuddin, the number 63. Gao Zhang just trying to follow him. A good rider to follow around here, Sharifuddin. Sharifuddin is just behind Erjan Atna. After that interruption, these riders just trying to find their rhythm. It was a difficult session for them this morning, with a lot of damp patches on the track. A lot of the bikes spent at least the early parts of the session on wet tyres. It's running off there, the green machine. That was Aiki Hiyoshi on the Motor Sniper Manual Tech Kawasaki, getting himself right out of the way. Now he's back on. It looks as though he's trying to get a tow from Sharifuddin as they come down from turn 14 on the run down to the final corner. Sharifuddin's having none of it. And more laps being completed here.
Kiyoshi just trying to find a way around Sherford and Asman there.
Yeah. Oh, hello. Well, that was a definite oi. What are you trying to do? Which is a reasonable question in the circumstances. That was quite strange. I'm not sure what Aiki's plan was then. Sherifferdin not at all interested.
Yeah, you could see that the Kawasaki had the legs right about halfway down the straight, and that's pretty much been the story of the Kawasaki this season. We saw it even more notably in Mandalika, where we had an excellent shot of them exiting side by side, and
yeah, absolutely.
Him losing ground and suddenly gaining right about halfway through.
Yeah, there is Sherifferdin. He's looking for glory this weekend, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's been coming for Sherifferdin Asman. He's been the better of the Bunsu Honda riders and the fastest Malaysians as well in this class. So we're looking for a bit of a strong finish. It's been decent all throughout the championship. Plenty of good finishes, but just shy of a proper race victory.
Yeah, just the one podium. First time out, funnily enough. We expected him to improve from there, but the quality of the other riders here doesn't make that any easy task, even for somebody with his international experience.
It just really shows how competitive this class really is. And the AP250 spread of talent is really impressive. Riders from all parts of Asia coming here to compete. Some of the best in their respective national classes.
Brazil Jerome just going through the number 68 there. It's one of the markers you put down earlier, I think. Daniel and Emil Itza. Difficult class to come into as a wild card. Oh, and there's a bike right in the middle of the track.
It's gone down. It's that it looks like Gary Sutton's bike, but that's not his helmet. It's an orange bike as well. It's right down at turn 15, but for now, Sherifferdin Asman and Aikiyoshi meet again, and Herjun joining this little scrap.
Yeah, I think that's Warwick Tomnapakun, who's been making his presence felt as well for East End JT. Team getting stronger and stronger. Tracked there by one of his teammates, and I assume that's Watcherin and Piawat. So they have 3 bikes in this class, all with very decent riders on board. All of them have come through the Honda Racing Thailand system. And this is East End JT. They'll tell me if I'm stepping out of line here, but it does look for all the world like a satellite team for Honda Thailand.
Yeah, you can see that they have a really good backing just as a privateer previously, and now it looks like they have a bit more support, so it's looking really good. They've got good riders with them, Warit, Piawat, Watcherin as well.
Yep, and I saw Muqtada working as a rider coach there last weekend. Yeah, all hands to the pumps for Honda.
And it would be really good for Honda as well, because they've put in a lot of work on the Racing Thailand. They've put in a lot of work to try and develop the bikes further. Urgent running into some trouble there. But yeah, Honda Racing Thailand, they've been putting in extra work into improving the bikes, developing the riders further. So if they have East NJT now with them, that just gives them more data, more information, and they can just develop as a group even better.
Yeah, Honda Racing Thailand have been participating in MSBK as well, right, Dan?
Yeah, that's right, yeah. They've really made really good steps. And as we saw with in the 600s class, they've made some really massive steps, coming in closer towards the Bunsu Honda riders. That's really important in racing, getting all that data, getting the extra information, the extra steps required. It really brings the results closer and closer.
Seeing who's missing from this session. The Yamaha Racing Indonesia wildcard, Chandra Hermawan, not out. Mohsin, understandably, presumably he's having some major work done to his machine. Into the pits now come a bunch of leading riders. The 31 there, that very familiar number but unfamiliar colours of Gary Salim.
We saw Chandra Hermawan for the first time, if I remember correctly, in Mandalika, and he went around quite well. So he's just completed a lap, I think. So he's just shot up into 16th. So 229.9 should be his first experience here at the Sabang International Circuit. So plenty of learning to be done for him.
Yeah, but good to see some wildcards coming through. We're talking about talent development in the context of Honda Racing Thailand, but it exists for Yamaha as well, all over the place, as well, of course, as Astra Honda and their wonderful talent production system they have in Indonesia.
Yeah, and Astra Honda, the way that they develop riders, the rate of development is unbelievable. They even have one young rider that's that just finished riding pocket bikes, if I remember correctly, and now he's already making his way up into fairing bikes, and he's only about 11 or 12 years old. So Astra Honda, another factory of talents coming through.
Yeah, so we're effectively just over the halfway point in this session. It's all gone a bit quiet. The data we've got about who's in and out of the pits is still a little bit chaotic.
Yeah, usually we will easily call out which rider has gone back into the pits, but even with all riders out on our screens currently, it's still showing everyone in the pits. So for now, we can see that there's about at least half of the grid in.
I can also see the number 11 bike right in the middle of the picture there. That's Mohsin's bike. No, sorry, no, that's Kevin's bike.
I was going to say, it would be really impressive from Honda Racing India if they've managed to put the bike back together.
That's right.
In just, what, less than 30 minutes?
The pit next to him is the 31 pit. Home this weekend to Gary Salim.
Yeah, that was this Shuncheng Zhang coming back in. I think just hearing one of the Kawasaki's coming through. So inline four that just jumped back in. Very distinctive noise that it makes in this class.
That's the first time I've heard one on the pit lane limiter.
It sounds really, really good. It really sounds almost like a super sport as well, because inline four.
Yeah, that's it. And there it is. I think that's Saiki Iyoshi's bike going back in. We've got at least one bike on track. So it is Herjan Atner running with rev cut penalty, who's done well to put himself on top of the timing screens this time. Times they were recording this morning in those mixed conditions was about 10 seconds slower than it is now. There is the bike that we just heard go past. That is Nguyen Hu Tri, Vietnamese rider.
Honda Racing Vietnam trying to make a few more steps. And Hu Tri has been putting in some extra work in. So he wants to find the glory that Cup Vietnam has been finding this past couple of seasons. The steps forward that he's taken.
Yeah, he's really leading what's increasingly turning into a charge of Vietnamese riders coming in at this level. We're seeing them in the Talent Cups as well.
So right now, just looking at the times, as you mentioned, we've seen 22s, we've seen 21, so maybe it's just the track conditions, the air conditions not really suiting the bikes currently for the fastest times out.
Yeah, part of the technical regulation changes were to just bring the costs down a little bit, so no more special swing arms, this kind of thing. So the bikes won't have gotten any faster this year from last year. But of course the conditions here, difficult to tell. So looking there at the Idemitsu FIM Honda pit on the right, and the East NJT team on the left, the Honda corner.
So all three East NJT bikes are heading out for the final 7.5 minutes of this session. This is the second practice section for the AP250 class. First one was mixed conditions, so not much remarkable data will be noted from that. But now coming out is Gary Salim, Farozi as well.
Yeah, you can see Irfan Heikel there, the number 41. Been quiet so far today. 13th, best time, 2:29.1. The young Malaysian.
Yeah, that time just doesn't reflect the quality that Irfan has. So we've seen Irfan improving throughout the season. He's begun getting better and better every round again, but yeah, 2:29.1. I'm certain we'll see something at least in the 26 or 27s for Irfan soon. Irfan's improvements. He was barely scoring points in the top 10 right in round 1, round 2, and we saw the resurgence coming right through in Mandalika, where he started testing the times into the top 10s. Of course, Irfan was going through an injury issue. He had broken his leg, and it just wasn't recovering fast enough. I think it was only about Zhuhai where he mentioned that his injury was finally not giving much pain.
Yeah. There were a whole mixed bag of riders going through there. Some riders that are at the top of the timing screens, and some that are much closer to the other end. So, a bit difficult to pick out what's going on here, but there's the number 46. Erjan Atna Firdaus for Astra Honda, who remains on top from Ferozi. There's Warwick, there goes Watcherin, there goes lost his name in my memory then, Shunchung Zhang. He does say call me John, but I'm refusing.
Yeah, Shunjin Zhang trying to find some improvements in this session. Again, for wildcards as well, this weekend would have started a bit tricky for them. The first session being 50-50 mixed conditions, so it's hard to push in those kind of conditions. And now this will be their first proper test of the Sabang International Circuit.
Oh, and Heikel just running straight on there and into the long lap area. It really does look scrappy all the way around the circuit, doesn't it?
Yeah, you can see some people are just struggling a little bit more this weekend. Only a few riders like Sharafuddin Azman, for example, who hasn't had real issues in both practice sessions, except for Aikiyoshi tagging along behind him.
Yeah. That's worth a meme. Anyway, to complete another lap, we've got Emil Idzar first across the line in that group. And there are two riders that are definitely taking this seriously, Ferozi and Sharifuddin. Got Emil just running with them there, and just behind them is Wang Jiedong.
Everyone just trying to find a faster rider in front of them to just benefit off a little bit of extra slipstream. It is impressive from Herjun, even despite his rev cuts this season, still able to contest it at the top, and that just proves Herjun's quality that he has. You see the top speed deficit for Herjun, 179.1, where everyone else is doing about 180 around him, and even a 193 from the Kawasaki.
Well, that's right, and thinking about the taller riders, just my eyes are immediately drawn to Warwick, who's on 177.9. Yoa, 71. He's down in 10th, but that's a slow speed, top speed.
That puts it into perspective of how hard Piawat pushes through the corners, because with that top speed deficit, you will really feel that on 250s.
Sure. One of the slowest, if not the slowest.
We got Alfred Jacob Sablaya as well in this weekend. He's been sidelined with injury, so he's finally back into this class for his much delayed debut in the AP250 Championship.
Yeah, just staying with those top speed topic for a moment. Shriffordin, fastest bike on track through the speed trap. So something's very right with that Bunsu Honda.
Yeah, it's clear they found something, and Shriffordin Azman happy to bring it along, but still just shy of the timing of the fastest of the Indonesian riders, Rejanatna, Farouzi and Kiandra.
Yeah, he's got Kiandra with him at the moment, Farouzi joining the party. So with just over a minute remaining, so the checkered flag will be out next time they come through. Shriffordin leading this group from Kiandra. Kiandra's on the Kawasaki.
You see Kiandra really just focus on getting the best slip through past Shriffordin Azman. Yeah, it does get it through downhill through turn 3. Shriffordin Azman has been a rider that's been followed a lot this weekend so far.
Yeah. He's got Farouzi behind him, so that's a formidable follow.
This could benefit them if, as long as Shriffordin Azman and Kiandra don't get in each other's way, they should be able to help pull each other into a faster lap time.
Yeah, behind Farouzi there's Gary Selim. Gary currently P6. This is the lap that's going to shake out the order because it's the last lap. Checkered flag is going to be out in 0 seconds. It's out now.
Right now there's Shriffordin Azman. He's getting a little bit of pressure now behind him from Gary Salim. Just looks behind and sees Gary tagging along.
Yeah, Farouzi's gone through with that group.
Farouzi's been looking good this weekend.
Yeah, in front of Kiandra now.
It looks like Gary just can't follow the pace behind them through the final sector. This should be a fast couple of lap times coming through. Farouzi on his fastest lap so far for this session. Kiandra comes through. Now down to the start-finish line. Kiandra's not going to get any slipstream, but Farouzi's going to get a face full of Kiandra.
Yeah, here they come. Kiandra does get to the line first on that little rehearsal.
Yeah, it seems it was just a little bit too scrappy at the end there for Farouzi. Unable to improve his lap time at 225.9 on that lap. Kiandra, though, at 226.1, so slight improvement for Kiandra.
Yeah, there was a lot of swapping around in that group. They didn't really help each other to get good lap times. But Hojan can be happy with that session. Set that time a little earlier. And it was a good session for Ferozi. Looked strong all the way through it. Kiandra, Sharifuddin. I mean, you'd have to pick out those 4 riders from that session as the ones who really meant it. And there's the confirmation, Herjan Atner Firdaus for Astra Honda Racing Team. Back on top in that session, 225.212 for him. From Yamaha Racing Indonesia's Ferozi Torakatula. Then next up is Kiandra Ramadipa for Astra Honda. Then Sharifuddin Azman for Idemitsu FIM Honda, the storied Malaysian outfit. Next up, Aiki Iyoshi for Motul Sniper Manual Tech. Gary Salim was 6th. Good session for him for Honda NWNSCK. Cal Vietnam, decent session from him too for Honda Racing Vietnam was 7th. 8th, Emil Itzar Ezwan. 2 wildcards in the top 8. Piwat Patumios, Watcherin Tuptimon and Warwick Tongnopakun were 9th, 10th and 11th for East NJT Racing Team. Jazil Jaraimi for Team ACR was 12th. Irfan Haikal 13th, best time for him, 229.1. Gaozi Ang for Team One For All was 14th. 15th was Kamin Kinto. Kandra Hermawan for Yamaha Racing Indonesia was 16th. Olwin Xavier for Gusto Racing India 17th. Deandra Trihadika for Motul Sniper Manual Tech down in 18th. Shunchen Zhang for TY Antares Racing Team 19th. 20th Ngun Hu Tri. 21st Longnan Zi for Victor Racing along with his teammate Wang Jiadong. 26th rider field. 23rd was Alfred Jacob Sablaya for SDG Team Hark Pro Honda, and there were no times recorded for Mohsin Paramban, who unfortunately ended that session very early. Tonan Pu and Araya Gaskut didn't start that session. He was injured after a crash in FP1 this morning. So that's it for FP2. We're going to get another glimpse of the AP250s this afternoon in free practice 3. But for now, I'm going to say we're going to take a break. Is this the big? No, we've got we've got Super Sports coming up next, and then, in theory anyway, we're going to take a lunch break. So we're running around 10 minutes later on the schedule at the moment. So we'll probably be back on track at around 12:45 for free practice 2 for the Super Sport 600 class. So stay with us. We're at Sepang, and this is round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship.
So it's just a quick break for the Supersport 600 for the second practice after the red flag session of the AP250 class that got resumed after about 10 or 15 minutes. And now we get a properly dry session for the 600s. Will be exciting to see Kengo Nagao go around. It's his first weekend here at the Sepang International Circuit. So he'll be looking to find some improvements. He had a decent session in mixed conditions after learning the track from a video game. So he said it's helped him a lot. And this session he said he's going to be more push for him. Now our fellow Helmi Asman straight into business, and Azrai now fast sector from him. Tanalong Pleo as well. Tana recorded his personal best in the Malaysian Championship for the 600s class, where he was battling Helmi Asman. So do look out for the Honda Thailand rider. He'll be looking for a good result here.
You're right, Daniel. That was super impressive from Tanat this morning. Led almost the whole session before Helmi stamped his authority right at the end. But it just shows how well that Honda Racing Thailand team has been working. Two class rookies. That first podium from Kiatisak last time out at Mandalika. Really great to see.
Now following the timings of Reza trying to ask someone to follow him, but I don't think he knows who's behind him. It's Azroy.
Yeah, I don't think he did know. That's fair to say. But another decent session, I think, this morning from Reza Danica. We're waiting for him to just make his way up the order a little bit. Get onto the front group. Best time earlier in the not very good conditions this morning was a 2:17. There's Azroy. He's looking his smooth best out there at the moment. Him and Tanat in the 2:11s.
Okay, the way Azroy's riding, it's looking quite confident, and he doesn't have much to lose for the final 2 rounds of this championship, so he can really just push on. Rumors going around that Azroy might make his way up into the thousands class next season. Boonsiu has been testing him on the thousands in the Malaysian Championships, and he has gone around really well.
Yeah, no surprise. I mean, the quality of Azroy is always there for us to see. That would be great to see that progress. He's been several seasons now in Super Sports. He was one of not very many riders who went from underbones and leapfrogged into 600s. But again, you know, you look at these decisions like Honda Thailand putting in 2 rookies this season. That was a good decision for Azroy.
Azroy now side by side with Reza.
Okay, Reza looking nicely aggressive.
Tommy just clocking in a 2:11.1. Azroy as well, 2:11.1 for him. He goes up to the top for now. So only 3 riders lapping in the 2:11s, and the third one there is Tanat on screen.
Yeah, these 2 riders, Azroy and Helmi, they really are kind of royalty in this class at this circuit.
I just love seeing the aggression that Tanat is bringing. He's looking so confident on it now. So the steps taken by Honda Racing Thailand this season really have worked, and it's really showing in the results. Still nothing yet of the Yamahas. Still have yet to see Kengo set in a faster lap time. Apiwat and Mechanical Pass still completing their first flying laps.
It was good that you got that interview with Kenga during the break earlier, because it was good to see him after what was some obvious trepidation yesterday. He's moved to, I like this place. And we know his quality. So that bodes very well, I think, this weekend for the Japanese replacement rider for Andy Fadley in Yamaha Racing Indonesia.
I think they've really chosen the right rider for that.
Yeah, it's a really good choice. They're not short of good riders in Indonesia, but it's a really interesting choice and a really good one. This rider we know a great deal about, Apiwat Wongtamanon, and the rider behind him is becoming increasingly well known at the same kind of level, Adinanta Putra. First and second in the championship.
Yeah, Adinanta, he's just molded perfectly onto the Super Sport 600 class. In the 250s, he had his struggles because of his height, but in the Super Sports, it's really working well for him. He looked a bit still that he needed some adjustment to it early on when he made the transition, but now he just looks in complete control of his bike.
There is the other Thai Honda rookie, number 85, Kiatisak Singapong. The first of those two riders to bag a podium, which he did in race 2 at Mandalika. Nice shot there of those two, Apiwat and Adinanta. Apiwat having a look round. He often does that. I think he just decides on the attitude that he's going to adopt, whether it's kind of contempt or cooperation. But I think he'll be showing a little bit of respect anyway for Adinanta.
Yeah, Apiwat, we saw this in the practice one as well. He was just trying to figure out who is around him. I think he knows that Adinanta won't do any weird moves around should he want to go faster. So Apiwat will just be in business mode, just trying to find his own pace.
Yeah, strategy this morning was interesting. He was following certain riders through certain sectors, so he didn't really put his best lap together in free practice 1. He was 4th. Veda Ega, also you spoke to earlier.
Yeah, Veda, he seems always very positive. It's almost hard to get a read on him because he never looks upset with anything. So I think Veda, he's always confident in himself. He's had a really good run this season in the Rebel Rookies Cup. I think he'll be coming into this weekend full of confidence. And right now, 214.8 does not reflect the quality of Veda, but we know he's still adjusting to the Super Sports class. He's still a very young rider, Veda. He's got plenty of time to make adjustments.
Yeah, last time out he looked a lot more comfortable. I know it was at Mandalika, which obviously he's more familiar with, but this is a big machine, and when you interviewed him this morning, he was standing next to it, and he just didn't look big enough.
Yeah, that really painted the picture perfectly. The thing about Veda, he's just such a raw talent. I mean, when we saw him for the first time in the 250s class, I think it was a season or two ago in Zhuhai, when he just stormed to a victory. And I think the gap was close to 9 seconds at the end.
Yeah. So that would have been 20 November 23. That was the first time we went back to Zhuhai, yeah.
You can see Veda now, he's riding more confident on the Super Sports. I think the struggle for him in Sepang will be transitioning the weights in turns like there where we saw 12 into 13, flipping the bike back onto the right side, and turn 5 and 6 as well. That does take quite a bit of strength. And I'm sure his fitness regime is good and that he has strength, but it's just with the age, his form factor, it just is a bit tougher.
Yeah, he's got McKinley Carl Paz behind him now. I thought, looking at the speed he was going at, I thought Carl was going to come into the pits, but okay.
Looking at the timings, McKinley Carl Paz not doing too bad at 2:12.6, Kengo Nagao 2:13.2.
Apiwa into the 2:11s. And within 2/10 of the best time that stays with Azroy for now.
It's Reza Daninka. Reza currently lapping in 2:12s. 2:12.0 was his fastest time so far. We have some riders coming back into pit lane. I think there'll be some adjustments before we see them pushing once again, because no one has improved since the opening fastest laps that we saw earlier. Apiwa, the most recent fast time at 2:11.295.
Razor's got Helmy for company now.
Yeah, Razor running this quite a solo run. Put himself with Azroy just now, and now Helmy just catching up behind him.
Yeah, Helmy's got a clear lead. Yeah.
Razor moving completely out of the way. Helmy's riding with a proper mission. Looking at Reza now, he doesn't look uncomfortable on the bike, but he just seems to be struggling to find some rhythm, it seems.
Yeah, we've seen that before. I expected him to try and latch onto Helmy just then, but he didn't. Just seems to want to have some quality time, as you sometimes say, Daniel, with his machine.
Yeah, we'll see that later in the evening a bit. Some riders just going up for proper dating time with their bikes.
That's it.
Yeah, I think Reza now is heading back in.
Just past the halfway point in this 30-minute free practice 2 for Super Sports. And not much change at the top in very recent times. Azroy and Helmy, Princes of Sepang, remain 1 and 2. Apiwa moved himself up into 3rd. That was the most recent significant move. Then it's Tanat and Adananta down in 5th. Can go quiet session from him. Expecting a little bit more from him, perhaps.
Yeah, I think maybe now that he started to push, perhaps there needs to be more adjustment done to his bike, just to get that feeling in for more confidence. 2:13.2 is not a bad time at all for Kengo. It's decent for a first time out. So I think if they get the bike set up nicely for him, wouldn't be surprised if we see a lower 2:12 from Kengo this weekend.
Yeah, agree. I mean, that happens when you really start pushing the bike, you find out more about it.
And Sepang is one of those circuits where it's challenging to find the right setup. A lot of different types of turns. You have long flowy turns, a hard braking section, uphill section, downhill. Oof, Wahyu there going a bit off.
He was on an improving lap, but that's that for now. He's going to have another go. Under 12 minutes remaining.
Kengo just came across with a 2:13.5, so he seems a bit stuck in that 2:13 timing.
Two Thai riders there, Apiwat and Kiatisak, on Yamaha and Honda respectively.
Kyatisek now trying to find some improvements. 2:12.3. It's a decent time from Kyatisek, and he's finding a faster second sector now. Sha Juntong, we haven't mentioned much of him. We haven't seen much of him. 2:18.1 from him.
Yeah, that's almost 7 seconds off on this long lap that we have at Sepang.
I was expecting a bit closer from Sha Juntong. We've seen him improving throughout the past couple of seasons, and Sepang just not being the best so far for Sha Juntong, but he is improving through Sector 1 and Sector 2. I think that was just Apiwat that's just gone out back to pit lane now.
Yeah, that's it, because Kyatisek now on his own. I don't think this is a particularly good lap for the young Thai, no.
2:13.7 for him that time round.
Apiwat's in now. There's 10 minutes remaining, so there's time for him to make a few adjustments and come out for another push. Thing for the championship leader is he doesn't really want to lose his rhythm of winning. It's difficult when you get an injury in the middle of the season and recover from it, but he really needs to resume now.
Yeah, the tough thing for Apiwat, I still remember seeing him in Mandalika in the pits after the race. You could see that the mood wasn't the best for Apiwat. I think he was just more disappointed in himself for not being able to ride at the top level that he set for himself. But then again, it was with injury, it was with a really big crash on that weekend.
Yeah, and I saw him on the plane on Monday, and he had an ice pack on it, and he showed me the wrist, and it was yuck. It was really horrible. So he pushed it as far as he could. I mean, he got 9 points from the weekend. That could be important by the time we get to race 2 in Buriram in December.
Definitely, because we know how fast Apiwat can be in Buriram, and between this round and the final round, there is quite a decent gap for him.
Yep, he did race this 2 full races on superbikes last weekend at Chang International. So hopefully he's fit. We want to see it as a fair fight, and the great thing is that riders like this, Kyatisek, Tanat, as well as the Princess of Sepang, I kind of like that tag I've just given them.
That is it has a nice ring to it, yeah.
So we should be in for some really good racing this weekend in this class.
Sha Juntong, he's found some improvement there. 2:17.1 for him. He closes the gap down to just slightly over 6 seconds. So much better from Sha Juntong. Veda, he's someone who definitely we expect to find a much bigger improvement. He's done it with a 2:14.8. He's not unfamiliar with Sepang, Veda.
Yeah, that's right. Kengo Nagao as well. You said he's looking a little bit stuck, having resolved to push. When he did start pushing, he probably found something. The bike needed to take a step.
Sha Juntong there, finally we see him on track. A 2:17.1, that's his fastest lap time, so he's gone below 6 seconds of a gap, now 5.9. So good steady improvements there from Sha Juntong.
Yeah, this is the way that he rolls, isn't it? Chips away. Admirable approach to racing.
I think he's on the right thing. To learn to be at the best level, you have to fight the best and you have to follow the best, and He's put himself in the ARC Championship. Some people might think that it's a bit of a big challenge, but if you challenge yourself, you will find improvements, and he has done. Every season that we've seen him, he's gotten closer and closer to the top.
Yeah, it requires a lot of persistence, a lot of just determination, really. And I think not from China, but from Vietnam. If you look at Cal Vietnam and the way that he's, you know, ploughed really a lone furrow. He's got people slotting in behind him now from his home country, but he was doing the same thing for a long time, and motorcycle racing is just, you know, not really a thing in China. It's a real minority sport. I mean, I know minorities can be a few million people in China, but it's really good to see him making the effort and persisting with it.
And then this lap as well, he's found improvements in Sector 2. Sector 3 will be coming up as he comes around this turn here, so no improvements through Sector 3. You can see he's just finding small improvements, just shaving off time here and there. Looks behind, but no one's behind him. He's one of the only few on track. The Princess of Sepang have just come out. Yeah, that's definitely sticking as a nickname for Helmi and Azroy.
Well, it's well earned.
Yeah, definitely. Ooh, top speed, uppy what? 259. That's just about 13 kilometers per hour faster than Helmi Yasman's top speed. So Yamaha Technique Racing Team in Asia really finding good speeds on here. Then we have them, the Princess of Sepang with Veda Iga. We need to find a nickname for Veda now.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of earned one in his short career, hasn't he?
The track now as well, getting properly hot. It's not exactly sunny conditions, but the heat is boiling up.
Yeah, just enough sun coming through, isn't there? I think I saw the two Thai Hondas come out just then. I think I just saw them whipping through turn 2.
Yeah, just over 3.5 minutes remaining in this session now. Yeah, that's definitely one of the Thai Hondas, either Kiatisak or Tanat.
Tanat ran wide because Kiatisak is in the wake of these bikes now. This should hopefully lead to an improvement for Veda.
Renault just struggling to keep up with the pace of them through turn 5 and 6, but improvements for Veda through Sector 1. Both Helsroy and Helmi, this is the first time we're seeing them riding in tandem, so I think a new plan from the team. They're not there at the front of them. Doesn't look like he's on a push lap, Tanat, so he might be in the way of the two Malaysians. It does move aside, so good awareness there from Tanat. Perhaps his plan as well, just to stick behind the pair of them. I think that is the plan, yeah. Tanat now just tailing behind Helmi.
Yeah, we'll get another clue now. It's not particularly, it's a decent lap.
Shashan Tong, another big improvement from him, 2:16.2. He closes down the gap now to 5.1. We have Azroy followed by Helmi, and then Tanat Longpleo, number 31. Helmi just running it a bit hot there. Tanat won't be too concerned. He wants to find improvements by tailing either one of them. I think Azra will be a bit surprised to see Tanat behind him instead of Helmi.
They've got 2 more flying laps. No, they haven't. I forgot how long this circuit is. Yeah.
5.5 kilometers of a fast, speedy track. There's Kengo Nagao just coming through the frame. Api Watt behind him. Kengo, no improvements through Sector 1. I think what Kengo needs is to find himself behind Azura Helmi and just really have a good look at what they're doing. Apiwat, faster Sector 2 there from Apiwat. So this could be the first 2:10 coming in from Apiwat. No one has clocked in the 2:10s yet. I suspect if the weather stays dry, we will see 2:10s and even potentially 2:09. So for now, good improvements from Shajantong, Veda, Wahyu, Kiatisak, Tanat and Apiwat.
Yeah, Apiwat right on Kengo Nagao now, so that could mean that he slows up a little bit. Could mean that he just slices straight past. A good Sector 3 for Apiwat. He's going to get past Kengo now. No.
Kengo surprisingly later on the brakes that time round. But will it affect Apiwat's lap time? Apiwat comes across now. It's still faster. It's a 2:11.004 for Apiwat.
Yeah, almost into the 2:10s. He probably would have been, apart from that last corner. Slight obstruction.
I think he just made it across before the checker flag. So Apiwat has another go at this. Tanat will not have another shot. Comes across the line 2:11.3. He improves his time further.
The front runners, Adenanta just completed his session.
This is going to be good for Kengo. He's found himself right behind Apiwat, so he'll get to follow him for a bit. But Sector 1, not much faster for Kengo Nagao. Shajantong on another improvement as well. He's under 5 seconds now.
Apiwat fastest Sector 1 of the session.
Veda as well, he's found good improvements at 2:13.0 from Veda Iga.
Yeah, so Apiwat Sector 2, pretty decent. Let's see what he's got left. Yeah, we have not quite sure what's going on at the moment because we have a black screen on the TV monitor. What I can tell you is that Apiwat probably isn't going to improve. His Sector 2 and Sector 3 times were average by his standards. Just see, because we just have to boot up the screen here, so take a look out of the window instead.
Yes.
Here he comes. And that was 2:11.111, so slightly slower than his previous lap, but still the second fastest time of the session for Apiwat. So he puts himself in front of Azroy and Helmi, but also in the 2:11s, as is Tanat Longpliao in 4th and Adenanta Putra in 5th. All those 5 riders within 0.9 of a second of each other. Have a look at the results in a moment. There it is, Apiwat Wongtananon, his second last lap of the race, 2:11.004. Puts him on top for that session for the championship leader. Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Bunsu Honda, fractionally ahead of his teammate Helmi Asman, who was 3rd, 4th. Another great session for Tanat Longpliao for Honda Racing Thailand. Adenanta Putra, 2nd in the championship, looking strong too in the 2:11s. For Astra Honda was 5th, 6th with his teammate Reza Danica RNs. And Kiatisak for Honda Racing Thailand was 7th on a 2:12.195. McKinley Carl Paz on a 2:12.687 was good enough for 8th. 9th was Wahyu Nugroho for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Vida Ega Pratama, I suspect we didn't see the best of him in that session, 2:13.067. Kengo Nagao did a 2:13.179, and Xiaojun Tong for Victor Racing Team, 2:15.936 for the Victor Racing Chinese rider. So we are going to take a shortish lunch break now. We're going to come back at 13:50, so 10 to 2 local time here at Sepang, which is GMT +8, and we'll be back with you then for the rumble of the ASB1000s. So we're halfway through pre-practice day on Friday. We are at Sepang for round 5 of the Idemitsu FIM Asia Road Racing Championship. We'll see you after lunch.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with super bike-proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra-protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5. Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.